Welcome to our regularly scheduled commission meeting. September 13, 2023. The time is now 7:06. Madam Clerk, Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Bass,
Here.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Here.
Commissioner Kelly,
Present.
Commissioner Williams,
Here.
Mayor Taylor.
Here, as we stand for our invocation. Commissioner Kelly, if you don't mind.
Eternal God, our Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you, God, for all of your many blessings. We thank you for the great city of Opa-locka. Continue, God, to watch over the residents, the business community, administration, and elected officials. Help us, oh God, do those things which are pleasing in your sight. In Jesus' name we do pray. Amen.
And our pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Mr. Clerk, I see we have no awards, proclamations, or acknowledgements. So
That's correct.
We can go into the approval of the consent agenda. Do we have any pulls, deletions, or deferrals from the consent agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Williams?
I would like to pull 1
Mhm.
and 17.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly?
two things really. You have an add-on item?
I don't see one in front of me. Mr.
think
Clerk,
you
do we have an
do.
add-on item?
I was
Yes,
thinking
Mr.
something
Mayor.
for an add-on, so I don't.
There is an add-on,
make sure it's
yes.
Not left out, but for my pool, 5,
Mhm.
9, 10, 14, and 15.
So you said 5,
5,
9,
9,
10.
10, 14, and 15.
okay. Anyone else? All right, hearing none. For the record, I have being pulled item number 1, 13-1, 13-5, 13-9, 13-10, 13-14, 13-15, and 13-17. All right, can I get a motion?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, can you repeat?
Okay, I start from the top. I have 13-1, 13-5, 13-9, 13-10, 13-14, 13-15, and 13-17.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Bass,
Second.
second by Commissioner Williams. Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes,
Consent agenda passes 5-0.
all right. Can we have the approval of tonight's agenda?
Move
Mr.
it.
Mayor.
We have an
Yeah.
add-on.
Yes.
And
I was talking about the add-on.
the add-on. All right, Commissioner, Mr. Clerk, I'm sorry, Madam Attorney, can you read the add-on into the record and then we'll vote on it?
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager to appropriate funding from Vice Mayor Urban's special events discretionary budget for a Disney on Ice event to be held on Sunday, September the 17th, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $7,000, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
All right, can I get a motion to add this onto the agenda?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Bass,
Second.
second by Commissioner Williams. All right, Mr. Clerk, roll call for the add-on.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Add-on item passes 5-0.
All right, so can I have the approval of tonight's agenda?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. City Manager, I'm sorry.
yes, sir. We have actually ordinances 16A1 A2 and A3, we're requesting for those to be moved up to the beginning of the agenda so that we can comport with the announcement of the budget hearing.
Wait, 16A1, 2, and 3 about the budget?
Yes,
Okay,
What was the reason?
and yeah.
we publicize in the newspaper the timeframe for which the budget hearing is going to be taking place. So we're requesting to have the item moved up to the beginning of the agenda so that we're in that timeframe, to make sure we're in that timeframe.
What was the time frame, if you don't mind stating for the record?
Well, then I can call Mr. Anathan up to the stand so he can answer to the timeframe that he announced in the newspaper.
Ms. Anderson?
Can't hear you.
Anyhow, Michelle, the time that was publicized was 7:01 this evening.
Mr. Mayor, it's fine. It's understood that it's during the meeting. You're publishing the meeting notice for the meeting, so it doesn't have to be moved first.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
fine.
I know it done.
All right, so
But
we're,
Mr. Mayor, while he's up there, since the manager brought him up, why was the budget hearing even put on the regular agenda and not put separately like it has been to give it its own time frame?
The reason it was deemed appropriate
By who?
by me,
To put it at 7 on the same meeting
sir.
without consulting the commission?
So I guess I did that.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, to the
Commissioner,
manager, to his anthem, decisions like that should be made by the commission, not from staff, or at least recommended. The budget hearing has always had its own time to allow residents to weigh in and to speak without having to worry about a challenge of time. Having it here tonight, whenever we do it, could take a lot of time because it's a whole separate, we're talking about the budget of the whole city. So in the future, I would hope that if we're going to do that to my colleagues, that it gets its own separate time. They can't do it this year because you've already publicized it. But when I saw that, I had a challenge with it. So I just want to put that on the record, but it can stay at its regular time, not move it up in the front. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
no problem. Okay, so we're gonna go with approval of tonight's agenda. Mr. Clerk,
Mr. Mayor, we need a motion and a second.
I thought we had one. Okay, can I get a motion?
Move
Motion
it.
moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Irvin. Now you can go call for the vote.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes. All right, we're going into the.
Passes 5-0.
Yes, sir. We're going into the approval of the minutes for the strategic planning session from June 8th, 2023. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Bass. Madam, Mr. Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, the approval of the Independence Day celebration workshop minutes, June 23rd, 2023. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, approval of the minutes from the citywide beautification workshop minutes of June 27, 2023. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Bass,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Motion
Approval,
passes 5-0.
okay, approval of the minutes from the regular commission meeting minutes, July 12, 2023. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Williams,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor Irvin. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes. And
Motion
last,
passes 5-0.
the last one is the approval of the minutes from the regular commission meeting minutes, July 26, 2023. Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Bass, second
Second.
by Commissioner Kelly. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
no problem. Mr. Clerk, do we have any District 1 or District 2 reports?
Not at this time, Mr. Mayor.
All right, and I do see that we have a public presentation and I don't want to mess the name up, but Caballero Pierman Lorena Garcia LLP.
Mr. Mayor,
Um, city manager.
at this time, I'm being told that the firm is not ready to present, so we can go to the next item on the agenda.
Okay. All right, so we're getting ready to go into our citizens forum. Mr. Clerk, can you read for the record the rules for participation of the citizens forum?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. City of Opa-locka Commission meetings are held in person at the Opa-locka Municipal Complex, City Commission Chambers, 780 Fisherman Street, 3rd floor, Opa-locka, Florida. Members of the public wishing to address the commission may do so in person or virtually. Those persons wishing to participate virtually should register prior to the scheduled meeting time on the city's website at www.opalockafl.gov. When speaking before the commission, please make sure to give your full name and address for the record. There is a 3-minute time limit for public comments. Please adhere to the decorum policy, which is part of the commission meeting agenda. And city commission meetings are aired live through live stream at https://youtube.com/user/city of Opa-locka. And at this time, Mr. Mayor, we do not have any anyone registered for virtual comments.
All right. So anyone that desires to come up to speak to Citizens Forum can join us at the podium. Citizens Forum is open. One second, Mr. Dennis. Mr. Manager, can you, the microphone?
Yes, it seems to be publicized online to, and everyone can hear it, but we're working on getting the audio adjusted inside.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Dennis.
Address 2140 York Street. Before you will have an email that was sent from the 25th of August, the day after the Back Blues was tagged. They were deemed unsafe. This email is from the Department of HUD, Housing and Urban Development. And what it is stating is that it says that, dear Ms. PM, but I had my president reach out to you. Thank you for reaching out and bringing the condemnation notice issue yesterday to our attention. The issuance of the condemnation notice by the city was a surprise to HUD. And as we have been in dialogue with the city about the property for weeks, HUD didn't know that those buildings were going to be tagged and deemed unsafe. It's an email. Now, if you all want a copy of it, I have it. I have no problem with giving it to you. Now, what is happening is you condemn building 8, but building 6 and 7 has been leaning for years. If you're going to condemn 8, then you should have condemned 6 and 7. Now, if you understand what's really going on back there, there's a problem with the roading. Whenever it floods back there, the entire first floor for all those buildings are underwater. The entire first floor. So what you're doing in 6 and 7 is leaving the people on the 2nd and 3rd floors trapped. How do I know? Because I've been back there since 2001. So I've been back there knowing this stuff that was going on. So one of the things that I said to the residents after the meeting is make sure that you pay your rent. Make sure that you pay your rent regardless of what's going on. Because if you don't pay your portion of the rent, you could be evicted. I'm watching this go on every day over time where people wasn't paying their rent and they're waiting on the RAD money to come through and they're losing their home. So now technically, if HUD didn't know that the city was going to condemn the building and there's no federal money coming down, the city could be responsible for those people not paying their rent. So now you're on the hook for that. Now, if HUD didn't know those buildings was going to be condemned, that means the congresswoman didn't know, the county commissioners didn't know, and I'm quite sure y'all didn't know. See, when you go back there, and you condemn something playing politics, you got to know what's going on back there. I just got back there. I've been back there for years. Now, we still got this situation where we don't have this level 2 background check. So let me put this out there. I've been asking for public information since June the 22nd. It is November the 13th. I have not gotten one piece of information from the clerk's office, which we know that the manager is supposed to forward that to the clerk's office, right? So I'm gonna file a lawsuit against the city for Florida Statute 119. Because we know what is going on. He doesn't have a level 2 background check. Now, he would have made an excellent HR manager, but again, don't have a level 2 background check.
That's 3 minutes.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Can I close with this here?
Rebel, 2 seconds.
It is a shame that women watch the manager go out to the city attorney and nobody did anything.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Public comments is citizens forum is still open?
Good evening, Drew Dominguez, 1147 Jan Avenue. I would like to speak in resolution number 5 regarding a workshop to view all invoices of the city attorney. I personally think this is a bad idea, being that if the attorney has to go to court regarding cases that needs to be addressed immediately, it can actually hinder the outcome of said case, like put a motion or respond to an attorney. If you want to compare the attorney's invoices, all you have to do is go to Miami-Dade clerk.gov and compare the cases with her invoices. Also, I don't think that she's going to jeopardize her bar license. Does she have to get caught up and present all her invoices in a timely manner? Absolutely. I brought it to her attention as a previous city commissioner. So now I want to speak in regards to resolution number 12. Ratifying the purchase of Goodwin S-Series Smart Bypass Pump for the amount of $55,471.80. Why is the interim city manager ratifying this? Probably because it went to the state. They asked, when did the commission pass this? And of course, this never came through the commission for approval. This was 5 months ago. It is stated in the manager's memorandum that it was an emergency. That is why he took it upon himself to pay the invoice. I want you to look at page 650, where a quote was sent on November 9th, 2022, 5 months before it was paid on April 12th, 2023. If this is an emergency, then it should have been brought up at that time. Resolution 13 is the same thing. If you check page 650, a quote was dated 12/27/2022, paid on August 2nd, 2023. More than enough time to bring this to the commission for approval. Again, there will be more to come because the interim city manager does what he wants and does not consult with the commission before making any emergency decisions. I want to speak in regards to resolution number 17, which is the Caballero Firman Genera Garcia Independent Consultant Audit Report. Replacing Tony Bronson, who completed audit 2015 to 2019 and was working on 2020 through 2022. We also had Markin LLP, who stated that they were 90% done. Okay, nothing against this new consulting firm. However, they now have to learn the city. There's going to be a learning curve that would take them time to gain the understanding.
That's 3
Staff
minutes.
staff finds excuses. I'm sorry.
Good
Can
time.
I finish this really quick?
2 seconds.
Okay. Staff, I didn't even hear the clock, but okay. Staff finds excuses time and time again. In one meeting, the finance director stated that we were waiting on Bronson Team Tri-Merge, which was holding the final piece of the puzzle to complete the audit. Did we get the final piece of the puzzle? I don't know. Tri-Merge made over $1 million as a finance consultant,
Yes.
left with a deadline and turned and left. When they did, they left before they turned in the audits.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Citizens Forum is still open. Commissioner Kelly?
There's no clock there.
No, he's,
Mr. Mayor, because of the new configuration of the screens in the chambers, we're making do today, but we will make sure that we have a more visible clock for the next meeting.
okay, so let's do it this way. Mr. Clerk, when you get to 15 minutes left, 15 seconds, let us know so that way they can. All right.
We'll do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, my name is Eva Phillips, and I reside at 2171 Wilmington Street. I have 3 issues. Number one is 21st Wilmington and 21st Court, where it's constantly every day they're running the stop sign. And it's like, I'm afraid it's going to be a serious accident and it's going to careen right into my yard or hit somebody's child that's getting off the bus, because I have seen it where they are stopping the bus for the kids to get off, but it doesn't matter because these are still go around and run the stop sign. This is every day. And I mean, it's getting really, really ridiculous. And it don't seem to, nobody can't seem to stop it. The police might come for a little bit, but then that's it. You don't see them no more. They have even ran the stop sign. And I mean, come on, be for real. I can't even let my grandson go out there and play or ride his electric scooter because I don't want my grandson to get hit. And that's ridiculous. Number 2, they told me that in front of my house, because it's a tree, the branches are hanging down, they come into the yard. But they telling me since it's on the swell, it's my responsibility to cut it. First of all, it's on city property. So how is it my responsibility to cut the branches off the tree? Why should I have to pay for it? I'm trying to understand why. Because some guy from what part of the city work with code enforcement says since it's on a swell, I'm responsible for it. It's not in my yard. So why am I responsible for it? And number 3, in the back where I stay, that alley is terrible. Nobody comes and cut it or whatever. It's bad. It is really, really bad. What I'm saying is you guys need to get people to come out and look and check these things out instead of just letting it pass by and nothing's being done about it. I mean, it's bad. It's really, really bad. That's why I came to this meeting to voice my opinion, because I'm tired of it. I'm sick and tired of it. Something has to be done about these issues.
thank you, Ms. Phillips. How are you doing, Councilman? How are you today?
I'm a blessed man. I think the mayor was right the first time. When the assistant city clerk, when he's 15 minutes left, you let me know.
15 seconds.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioner Bass, Commissioner Williams, my big brother, Commissioner Kelly, Assistant City Managers, City Attorney. I'm sorry I didn't see my good friend Joanna here. I'm Aerobo Igodaro 17220, Northwest 20th Avenue, Miami Gardens, Florida, 33056. I'm here just to invite your consideration. You all know my affinity with the Ingram family. The late Dr. Robert Ingram served this community well. I was his aide and mentee for a long time. Dolores Ingram adopted me. I would put a disclaimer. I have a personal interest, but that's not why I'm here, because she actually deserves the reason I'm here. This is a request to have a Sherrill Avenue named after her. She's been a longtime public servant. Those of you who understand the nature of public service, it takes a family commitment to do it. Sometimes the spouse never get recognized as much as the elected officials, so to speak. She's been a long time. She retired with Bank of America. Even after serving Bank of America, she was at Dr. Robert Ingram Elementary School, mentoring kids. I know Commissioner Bass worked with her as they took many of those kids on scholarship tours. So we invite you to consider that for the next commission meeting in naming Shura Avenue after Doris Ingram. I will be delighted, and the community will be glad to have you consider that. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you. Citizens Forum is still, no, we're not closing it. If you just come on, just sit right on the front row.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Claretta Henry. My address is 1720 Opa-locka Boulevard. I'm here this evening regarding the cleaning and the maintaining of the Pine Tree Lake located behind my home. I have pictures here that I would like to give to the commission for you to look at, to see the condition of the lake. I moved to my home in 1999, and the lake has never been cleaned. I thought that eventually City of Opa-locka would one day recognize the problem and the lake would be cleaned. In 2020, I met with Mr. Austin, the Public Works Director, regarding the problem, and he began the process of resolving the issue. After many steps, we are now in the final stage, that is acquiring permanent access to the lake for cleaning and maintaining. There is a piece of land that has been identified, but needs the final approval of the property owner. To my understanding from Mr. Austin is that the final negotiation with the property owner has been stalled. I would like to see the phase of this process move forward. And as you can see from the pictures, it's an environmental issue. There's an infestation of tadpoles which roam throughout the neighborhood, and it is definitely an eyesore. So Mr. Austin, I have to give him credit. He has been working with me. We communicate, but again, the property owner, there's some paperwork that needs to be finalized. So I would love to see that done as soon as possible so that we can be able to enjoy our backyards and our homes.
Yes.
I have other neighbors here who have the same concern. You can have those pictures, and hopefully we can get something done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Henry, what was the address again?
1720 Opa-locka Boulevard.
Thank you.
The lake is bordered on Opa-locka Boulevard, 135th, 19th
Okay.
Avenue, and 17th
Okay.
Avenue.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't picture it, but thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
17th. Citizens Forum is still open?
Hi, my name is Jaleesa Barletier, and I'm a resident at Glorietta Gardens. I do want to say thank you to the city manager for helping us. He's the only one been helping us. To piggyback off of Mr. Dennis, he said HUD was not aware. HUD was there when they came in, red tagged the buildings because they actually was doing inspection. So that's not true. He said he been here since 2001. Since 2001, nothing never got done, apparently. This man been the only one trying to help us since everything happened. And I'm speaking for some of the residents of Building 8, including Ms. Sharon. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank
Citizens Forum is still open?
Good evening, Ronnie Mitchell, 14225 Northwest 22nd Place. I received this, well, before I got mine these letters went out from Miami-Dade County. I don't know if you guys are aware of these. But in the letter, it says an effort to better serve you, we recently realigned our meters reading operation. As a result of this change, your reading billing cycle will change. This change will only affect the next billing cycle as the number of billing days may greater or fewer than typical quarterly billing cycles. I want to know if anybody else or any one of you guys that live in Opa-locka, if anybody else received this letter. Because later I got it. My mom got it first, and then a couple of other my seniors who I didn't. Some got it and some didn't. Everybody didn't get it. Now I called Miami-Dade County. You can't get an answer. Call here, nobody knows. And to me, I don't know. This don't look like a legit letter because we don't get billed quarterly. So I need to know if anybody can find some information out, give me a call back on it, let me know what's going on. I'm in and out of town, but you guys can leave me a message, email me, and I'll get back with you as soon as I get back. And another thing, I know we patched up the railroad track, but they're headed back to the same direction. If we can start it over again and get the final steps done, take it out, start all over, put our tracks back down that they were gonna make, and we won't have to tear up our cars. Thank you. Can anybody get me some information on this, or if you'd like to see a copy?
After we do this, what, Mr. Manager, can you send one of your staff?
Yes,
Get a copy of
Mr.
that?
Ellis will pick up a copy from you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Citizens Forum is still open?
Good evening, Bruce Baskin, 2070 York Street. I've been before this commission before with the same issue as it regards to encroaching on city property regarding my fence. My fence, as I've met with the city manager a couple of times before this commission meeting to address my concerns as well as some of my concerns. I had a survey done of my property within the last 3 weeks. I went down to Miami-Dade County, looked at the plat book, and everything matches up the same, which indicates that the fence that I have is on my property line. Actually, it's 1 foot within my property line. In meeting with the manager, he informed myself as well as some of my neighbors that we were encroaching upon city property. I can't understand that because the survey that I have says that I'm on my property, not city property. City manager went on to say that water lines and water pipes needed to be moved, changed, improved. That may be true. But my question was, if that's the case, then you got this project going on for Ingram Park that you're going to tear the park up and redo it. Why inconvenience the neighbors? Why take down our property, take down our fences and everything to do this project when I think you can do the project from the side of the city that's clearly on the city's property? And I need clarity because one thing that I know that we have different meetings, but everybody need to be in the same room to hear the same thing. Manager did his best to try to explain to us that whatever need to be done, the city will do it. My question is, if it has to be done, which I'm still in doubt about that part, where would the money come from? Because I've been to different commission meetings. I've been to meet me Mondays with Commissioner Kelly, and I'm being told, I'm hearing the city has no money. But the manager is saying, oh, there's money. We have money. We can do all these things that we're telling you. I've been a long time resident of Opa-locka. I've seen many things happen. I've seen many projects started, not completed, for one reason or another. Either the money wasn't there, the money was there and it's gone, or it's not enough money. I don't want to be in that position where there's a project going on, city starts to do some work, it can't be completed. So one of the first things that need to be rectified and cleared up is I'm on my property. So why should I have to give up my property, any part of my property, for a project that the city wants to do? Now, unless the city has a different type of survey or different type of information, then it need to be presented so I'll know, so I can understand. Because right now, I don't understand, or neither none of my neighbors understand.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Okay, citizens forum is still open.
Good evening, Mayor. My name is Johnny Green, 2091 Wilmington Street. And I do have a few concerns. And it's with, again, the east side, which I live on the east side. There on 22nd Avenue in Wilmington Street / Johnny May Green Street, we're having problems getting out. There is a sign that says, do not block intersection, but it's being done. Once you try to make that turn onto Wilmington and Johnny M. Green Street, they pull up, they block you. If you're leaving your home and go around to the next street, which is Rutland, and there is a light, a traffic light there, the same thing happens. And I don't think it's fair to the citizens on the east side. Now, during election time, some of you walk the streets on the east side. And I'm quite sure you saw the filth and the dirtiness of that area. It's awful. We should not be living like that. It seems as if we have car lots on each street. I don't know whether we are zoned for that. We also have mechanic work going on at times and times. Lately I have not seen a court enforcement person. As Ms. Phillips said, the alleyways are terrible. Also on 22nd Avenue, there's a fence that has been torn down for almost a year. I've been watching it. It has not been done. That's 22nd Avenue, just like you travel up and down 27th Avenue, it should be repaired. The alleyways, I don't know, we used to have the alleyways cut, but something has happened. It's awful now. And I would like to, as I close, and I do have many more, but I know I don't have time, but I would like to invite the mayor, the city commissioners, the city manager and others. I hope you would be concerned. I want you to come into the east side. I would like for you to tour the east side because like I said, it's a mess and I am really, really hurt. You don't even see me coming up here too often unless it's something that has gotten to me. And I have been in this city a long, long time and it's terrible. Yards are not being cut. Trees are almost as high as the houses. So along with that, the sidewalks too, because I walk my great granddaughter to the bus stop and come back and it's terrible. I hope that you take heed to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Green. Citizens forum is still open.
Stephanie Holden, 200 Purvis Avenue. I just want to say, do you all look at yourself on YouTube? Because it's very disrespectful how you all just disregarded and handled this HR director real wrong. You talked down to that lady. She knew her job. She worked for Dade County. To come to Opa-locka and be disrespected, to tell this lady that she had to let you know when she get a day off on a Tuesday, did anybody notice? That was very disrespectful. Everybody is entitled to a day off. She didn't have to tell you why she needed that day off. She didn't have to do that at all. You disrespected that lady real bad. And you need to apologize to her for doing that. Sit up here in these meetings and laugh. What is so funny? What is so funny? Please let me know this. It's not funny. Nothing is funny. Every time this side says something, this side got something. Like you battering with these commissioners up here. One commissioner say something, then the other commissioner beating her down. And then nobody else is commenting or saying anything about it. I think it's very, very wrong, disrespectful. That then with this FDLE, I think you all need to backtrack on that, to disregard and disrespect FDLE like they nothing. Huh? That are we really doing this? I mean, that's wrong. That's wrong. You need to let FDLE do their job. Is it any are you having meetings someplace other than up here? Because that's what it looked like. It looked like something else is going on real bad. And it doesn't look good at all. Somebody is trying to get a hold to this money. And once you get it, I hope the state and the Fed come and lock you completely up. I'm serious, because you look real bad, desperate to try to get this interim manager out of here. That looked real bad. You see what this man did? Everything he has done to this building here and everywhere around Opa-locka, it looks much better. The 80s could never see nothing like this. Nothing look good.
15 seconds.
Opa-locka look raggedy. Now Opa-locka starting to look like something, but you're trying to take the one who's doing the best out of here. For what? Answer that. I want to know, why are you trying to get this interim manager out of here so bad? Please tell me.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stephanie. Citizens Forum is still open.
Good evening. My name is Hannah Dunbar, 1710 Opa-locka Boulevard. I'd like to discuss the traffic over there. 3 cities right over there from the start of 17th Avenue and 100 and Opa-locka Boulevard. 3 cities are right there. Biscayne Gardens, North Miami.
Ms. Hannah, can you hold the mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Biscayne Garden, North Miami, and Opa-locka. Is there any way that somebody can, that these 3 cities can get together and take care of the traffic situation? Every week there's an accident. Every week there's an accident over there. And then once they get across to 17th Avenue, it turns into a racetrack. Everybody is racing. I've seen school buses race there. You have tractor trailers racing over there. I've called 911. I've called the police department. They tell me that this is a state road. I've been on state road. I don't see them racing on state road using it as a racetrack. It said 25 miles right over there. 25 miles, and they're going 75 and 95 miles. It's so frightening living there. We're like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. They have run into my yard, and if a car wasn't parked in my yard, they would have been into my kitchen. They broke the carport and everything. And so many houses on the block have the same problem, and nobody, absolutely nobody takes care of this. You don't see one police over there, but they want to get you for red light ticket, all those fake red light tickets, because they show you crossing 27th Avenue after the light turns red. That's suicidal. It does not happen, but they still get you for it. And they have refused to take care of us over there. Just 2 blocks. Why did you put family homes on a state road? No, if nobody can take care of it, what are we doing there? Just waiting to die? This is really serious. It's really serious. You're afraid to be in your front yard. Thank you very much. You're afraid to be in your front yard. It's really terrible. Who runs this city? These guys who racing the car, or you guys? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Hunter, thank you. Citizens Forum is still open.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. My name is Andrew Herman, 1770 Opa-locka Boulevard. I'd like to echo a few things that were said tonight. First of all, in reference to Pine Tree Lake, that lake desperately needs to be addressed. This has gone far too many years unaddressed. Number two, the point made by just now as far as the traffic needs to be addressed as well, because speeding is one thing, but the thing that bothers me the most is the wrong way drivers. Because a wrong way driver on that curve, which I've actually seen it happen before, and the person was more upset than anything else. Man, he's going wrong. Man, he ain't driving right. No, you going right. And simple signage would help a lot of that, because the majority of people that are into these situations, they don't know where they're at. They don't know where they're going. They're out of place. It's not their fault, but simple signage would correct some of that. I've been in touch with the DOT, and they have made some issues and made some changes. I will still push to get more done, because the issue needs to be addressed further. I would like to thank you guys for your time and any assistance you can offer me in addressing these issues as well as my neighbors' issues. Thank you very much.
Can you
Thank
repeat
you,
your
Mr.
name
Andrew.
again, please?
Andrew Herman.
Thank you, Mr. Andrew. Citizens Forum is still open.
Hello, board. My name is Eli Olassen. Address is 940 Opa-locka Boulevard. I recently moved to the city of Opa-locka. One thing that I find fascinating is the old city hall. It's just a simple question. I just wanted to know, what are the plans that are in place for that building there? Thank you.
All right, welcome to the city, Mr. Eli, and we have you. Citizens Forum is still open. All right, hearing none, seeing none, Citizens Forum is closed. All right, so for starters, we have Mr. Dennis, we hear you in regards to the level 2 background check and the HUD issue about red tagging the building. And we'll ask the manager to weigh in on that at later on in the meeting during his report. Also, Commissioner Dominguez, you brought up Resolution 512 in regards to the expenditure of the monies for the pump station. And we'll ask, Mr. Manager, can you get somebody to speak to Mr. Dominguez, Ms. Dominguez, I'm sorry, to answer her questions or her concerns that she may have on that. Also, Ms. Phillips, Wilmington Street, I have been over there several times about Wilmington Street, and I've heard you loud and clear about the swells, the trees that are hanging over, because you've been complaining about that for a while. So we will ensure that somebody addresses that to you. So, Mr. Manager, also to Ms. Phillips, Councilman Iguodaro, I think we all agree about what the Ingrams have done in this city, and we appreciate them. And Miss Ingram should get her flowers while she yet lives. Miss Henry, in regards to the Pine Tree Lake behind the house, you're right, it is a beautiful lake. So we will ensure, and it's a beautiful lake. So we will make sure that somebody gets with you so that we can see what we can do to try to fix that issue so that you, like you said, will be able to enjoy your lake. Then Miss Jaleesa, about the HUD issue, we thank you for thanking our manager about the hard work that he's doing. Ms. Tarani Mitchell, I believe somebody already reached out, Mr. Manager, to get a copy of the letter and also provide the commission with an update on that. Mr. Bruce and the alleyway, you said you had the survey. Can you please give that a copy to Ms. Meyer so that she can provide that to the commission? Ms. Meyer, can you speak to Mr. Bruce so we can get a copy of that survey? And also Ms. Green, we don't want you to feel like we are neglecting the east side. We love the east side. Most of us played on the east side, got in trouble on the east side. So we will ensure that we are touring and making sure that we are not neglecting the east side. And I do believe there is a sidewalk calendar of when sidewalks will be fixed and mitigated and or repaired. So Mr. Manager, please get with Ms. Green so that she can see if, to Ms. Stephanie, it was not our intention to disrespect the HR director. We were simply just asking a question as to why she was not here, because we had questions in regards to that. So if you felt that we disrespected her, I will apologize to you, and I will also apologize to the acting HR director. Mr. Hannah, Miss Hannah and Mr. Andrew, I do agree, because I live in that area, that the traffic in that area is bad, and they do speed on that street, and they also do go the wrong way a lot. And you brought this issue up before, so we want to make sure, and thank you for spearheading the conversation with FDOT to ensure that signage was added. But we can also shepherd and add to that conversation and put more pressure on them to bring more signage in that area. You have my personal response. I promise I'll do it. I'll make that call. And I also want to say, Mr. Eli, the young man that came up, we want to welcome you to the great city of Opa-locka. And City Hall is a jewel in this city. And one of the great things that we do want to announce, and we've been announcing it all year, that we are in process of actually restoring our jewel to bring it back to where it was before. So those are all our public comments. Do we have any from the commission that would like to weigh in on this, on public citizens forum?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly?
thank you for your summary of all of the concerns raised. And I do look forward to getting the responses from the manager's office, but I don't want it to be lost on some of the things that have been raised, because they're not new issues.
Not at all.
They are not new issues. I appreciate folks coming back, but they're not new issues. They're issues that should have been already dealt with or should be further along. Some of them are new, and so we look forward to working with them. As Mr. Bruce mentioned about the survey and his fence on his property, on the water line, and the fence moving, and speaking to some of those residents, they've had meetings. And it's really interesting because this commission has passed legislation, further legislation, and yet other things have been proffered. What really caught my attention, and I'll bring it up later, is being shown a rendering of improvements for an area, several areas that have not come before this commission. That's really what really caught my attention. And I've asked the clerk office for any minutes, any previous documentation on some of the things, and not received them. So I will address that later on at the appropriate time. But I do, as all of us, appreciate every resident for coming and sharing their concerns, and look forward to getting resolution on all of them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem, Commissioner Kelly. Anyone else? All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Williams?
So normally, this is definitely outside of the scope of what I do. I normally do not respond because most of the items do go to the manager. In addition, most of these items must be brought by legislation in order for the needle to move. But I would be remiss if I do not mention, and I'm sorry I didn't write your name, but it touched me because you all reminded me of my mom. When you were standing here talking about the East Side, talking about your home, talking about, unbeknownst to yourself, unbeknownst to most people, I get beat up too by someone, my own mother, that bought her home over 40 years ago. I tell people when I walk in, even after commission meeting, I still get beat up about alleys and everything. So we're not, but you touched me because citizens buy, especially senior citizens. When I see you come up and you bought your home, you lived in Opa-locka, you are living history of Opa-locka. And and when I talk about beautification, and I know we were off, but it almost feels like we were off and just things just went awry. And I'm a little hurt. And so we're going to make sure that we push the needle, that we push the manager's office, that we push everywhere we need to go, because so many things, so many comments came up about how the city looks. And that's, I would normally, like I said, I do not respond, but you touched me because I know that we can do a better job, and you are correct. Like the mayor said, we played there, it's not an east or west or north or south, but we have to make sure that our citizens, when we talk about the lake, y'all are our crown jewels, and we got to fix this. And so, I mean, Mr. Manager, I'm not asking you to respond to everything, but a lot was said today, and we got to make this happen. And we can pass 1,000 different legislations for millions of dollars, but if we don't fix this city, I'm sorry, we got to do something. And that's all I needed to say, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. All right, anyone else? All right, we're getting ready to move on into
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Manager?
Yes. Caballero Fearman Jenner Garcia LLP is here and would like to now provide their presentation if time is available.
All right, it will have to be the will of the commission to allow the firm to present before we go into our consent agenda. Commission? 1,
I'm okay.
2, 3. Okay. All right, Mr. Manager, we can give him a few minutes. We ask that they keep it brief so that we have a long agenda.
Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Andrew Fearman, and I'm a partner with Caballero Fearman Yerena Garcia, the CFLG for short. I'm here this evening to provide a brief presentation on our proposal to provide audit preparation services for the fiscal year ended September 30th, 2022. Our firm has served the South Florida area since 1972. We have offices in Miami, Miramar, Hollywood, and Boca Raton. We're a full service firm that provides traditional audit, tax, and consulting services. Specifically, we are industry experts and we specialize in governmental entities. I personally have been working with governmental entities for over 20 years, my entire career. In addition to that, my partner Enrique Yerena, who would also be one of the partners involved in the engagement, has been involved his entire career as well, which is over 18 years. It's what we do, it's what we know. We specialize in consulting services such as audit preparation, annual comprehensive report preparation, outsourced CFO services for government entities, as well as the traditional audit services. We are uniquely qualified to perform these services based on our experience in performing audits of municipalities. We currently audit 17 municipalities throughout the area, as well as our experience performing consulting services for governmental entities. The team we have assembled also works only with governmental entities. Again, this is all we do. It's really all we know. In addition, you're getting 2 partners who are dedicated to your success and meeting the deadlines and needs that you have. Therefore, if you need to get a hold of a partner, you've got 2 partners to reach out to. And these are 2 partners who have worked together for over 18 years. It would be a seamless transition. We discussed timing with your finance director and auditors and are aware of the current timelines and deliverables. We have an excellent relationship with your current auditors. Me and my partner, Enrique Yerena, worked for the firm for many years. We also currently do a lot of work with them. So we have a very, very good working relationship with them. We know and understand their expectations. We know what they're looking for. And again, as industry experts, we ensure a smooth transition and very minimal startup time so that this transition would be seamless. We will, among other things, prepare the work papers needed, create adjusting journal entries as deemed necessary, run trial balances, draft financial statements and footnotes, complete government-wide work papers, assist with auditor questions, and attend city and auditor progress meetings. We would be able to be the liaison between the auditors and the city. Again, we speak the same language. And we're ready to get started as soon as the city is ready to have us start. We have the team ready to go. It's our understanding that you do have a copy of the proposal and the engagement letter, so hopefully you've had an opportunity to review all the details. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, either at this time or later in the meeting. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this evening and present. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I know that we will be going into discussion on your item, but I don't know if the commission has questions now or they will reserve until. Okay, so y'all, we will wait until, is that okay with you all? All right, so once we get to the item, then we'll hold our questions till we get to the item.
All right, thank you very
All
much,
right,
Mayor.
thank you, sir. Thank you for coming out. We're going into our consent agenda. Madam, is it Madam Clerk? Madam Attorney, 13-1.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, selecting blank as the city's independent professional background screener to conduct a level 2 background screening and all other background checks necessary to comport with the city's established procedures for the selection of a city manager, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflict, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the City Commission.
Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Williams. Second by Commissioner Bass. I think this is your item.
Mr. Mayor, just briefly, I do want to make you aware that the city did put out an RFQ for a professional background screener. We have the proposals here that were submitted via eBid Demand Star and submitted to our office this afternoon. It's in a sealed envelope. I'm not sure how you want to handle this matter, but the proposals are here.
Okay, and that's what I was just about to go into. I know that the commission decided in a special meeting that we would go this route after the HR director said that the level 2 background check was not conducted. So we decided to go this route in order to make this process as transparent as possible. So you said they're all in sealed envelopes now?
So we have 5 copies and so we have two companies that submitted proposals, 5 copies in each sealed envelope. So we have 2 envelopes to provide to the commission and you can distribute the proposals that are in there.
Okay.
And again, these were received via eBid Demand Star through our procurement department. I don't have any access to Demand Star, and then they were delivered to my office this afternoon.
All right, and I know the commission voted to open in the public with, I believe, yourself, the acting HR director, and I believe that was it. So we can do that process now if you all don't have.
I'm just waiting.
Okay, Madam Clerk. Is she?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Are you asking me a question?
I was asking was the acting HR director here, but
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner, yeah.
The
Sorry.
acting HR director has declined to attend this evening, and since she is in an interim role, management is unable to force her attendance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk, if you don't mind, and Madam Attorney. Well, yeah, are we good with this?
It is the will of the commission.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly.
thank you. To the manager, when did we find out that she didn't want to partake in whatever this role? Because the commission had this as a part of the discussion, and that was a part of the process. It'll be opened up transparently with the HR director and before us. So did we just find this out today?
Yes, as she was departing the building, she informed her direct line supervisor, with this is the assistant city manager, that she did not like the way that the commission spoke to the previous HR director and that she would not be in attendance. And since she is in interim role and is outside the scope of her duties, that we cannot force her to attend.
Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly.
I'm going to ask for some direction from the attorney because there was some wording used there as though something was said, and I'm kind of challenged by the wording, but we can move on because we move the process along. It's just that we've been waiting basically 2 meetings to have the HR director or someone here because it's required for the process. So we're going to just do the background screening to select someone with that process. That's fine, but another discussion we're going to have because the charter calls for HR to be a part of the process. So I don't know how we're gonna do that later, but for the resolution, I guess we can, according to the attorney, the will of the commission, go ahead and do it. I know my colleague pulled the item, so I'll defer to her comments on it before I speak further. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. All right, Madam Clerk, you can go ahead. And just for the record, you said we only received two. Okay.
This proposal is from Crispin Special Investigations, Inc. And the next proposal is from Atlantic Employee Screening.
All right, if the commission don't mind, I would say we'll take a few minutes to review the proposals, and then we can take a recommendation from the commission if nobody has comments now, if that's okay with everyone.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Williams?
so, quick question. I know it was, I don't see the attorney. She walked out.
Yeah, she
Oh.
did, but Madam,
Oh, okay.
Deputy
I'm so
Attorney is-
sorry. I don't have my glass. Okay. Um, quick question. I know, Madam Attorney said that it was the will of the commission, but I think I am a little I just want to make sure that we're doing things decent and in order. So when she said the will of the commission, are we saying that we can do this without having anyone HR present today, but with doing this? And that's because I don't want it to come back and then.
Through the mayor, it is fine for you all to go forward with the background screening and selecting a background screener. The HR director, whoever that happens to be in the future, needs to be involved in the overall selection process. So as it's going through, it needs to be, this is fine what you're doing. Even the policy and procedure that that was approved by the state, it contemplates having an outside screener. So this is fine.
Okay.
The issue is that at some point, this HR director, interim director, whatever it is now, needs to engage in the process.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we need more time or you need more time? Okay. All right, do we need more time or we're ready to discuss? We're asking that you all just bear with us, please. It's on the front of the envelope.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly?
can I ask a question? Get a clarity from the clerk on how many bids were received again?
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk.
based on what I was provided by the city's procurement department, two envelopes with two proposals. I have not viewed any of these proposals, so I'm not sure what's included in there, but two.
So we got two proposals.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Everyone is okay with, all right. So I guess we can open up did we have a motion in a second for this item? I believe we opened it up for discussion.
Yes, we do have a motion in a
Okay.
second.
All right, so anybody want to jump out there?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Bass?
thank you. Yes. Okay, so we have two proposals before us, and yes, we had just a few minutes to look at it. But this was designed for transparency and safety reasons why it's done this way. I'm looking at Atlantic. The history, 27 years in business. And being in business for 27 years and being able to fulfill all the needs that we are requiring. So I'm kind of going towards that direction.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor?
I looked at Atlantic. However, they're not really, if I'm reading this quickly, I got no glasses here, but they're not able to give us an amount
It's on,
of price.
I
It
think I
said,
found it. It says a pricing of services. It's all the way to it's. Right, let me see.
right. But it still says that, I see that up here. It says that we're unable to give an all-inclusive pricing as there are county access fees and county criminal record searches, as well as third-party fees for verifications. Because she's not gonna charge us $7 or $27.
I was looking at, that's out of 48.50.
She's not gonna charge us $48.50 to do this work either.
I didn't think so either.
Yeah, it's set.
Mr. Mayor,
Madam Attorney?
one of the things that you all may consider, because remember, this is a request for qualifications. That's what the RFP went out for. So you can actually, if you were to make a motion, assuming you like one of the companies, you could make it contingent upon a certain amount if you'd like to do that. Because again, this was a RFQ as opposed to an RFP. So just wanted to let you know that.
I actually like, if I may say, the Crispin Special Investigation people. They too have been in business for a long time. I guess I just met them 2 seconds ago.
Okay, so is that a motion, Madam Vice Mayor?
I don't know.
A motion for them to be added or?
We don't have a lot of choices here.
Exactly.
He's been in business for 17 years as well. Yes, I guess I'm making a motion.
Okay, so Vice Mayor is making a motion for. What is the name of the company?
I think it's Chris.
Independent.
Mr. Mayor, what's the pricing?
It's on his cover sheet. It says 3,500 per candidate.
3,500 per candidate. Yeah, and I think we budgeted around that.
What page is that?
It's on
the cover sheet.
It's on the envelope, the actual envelope.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. So Vice Mayor made a motion to select. What is that? Independent professional no. What?
It says Crispin Special Investigation, Inc.
Crispin Special Investigation, Inc. Can I get a second on this motion and then we'll call for the vote?
I still have questions.
Oh,
Y'all-
I'm sorry, I think I know where you go. Are they here? Any of these people? Any of these companies?
Not that I'm aware of, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. And I'm sorry, Commissioner Williams. Go ahead.
I'm trying to, I think I'm a little confused. And thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, for directing me to the envelope. Bid amount 3,500 per candidate, and then the other bid says 0. Madam Attorney, help me understand.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
you
saw
can't.
that too.
I don't know what you're looking at. I'm sorry.
You don't know what we're looking at. Okay.
Commissioner,
Yes.
Williams, I saw that too, and we know that she's not gonna do it for no dollars. Like,
So does 3,500 mean we pay 30?
mhm.
No, she does.
So so once we get down to 3 candidates, we'll pay 3,500. Is there,
It seems like it's per candidate.
so Madam Attorney, since this is a RFQ for quotes,
what can we do to before we vote on anyone to negotiate how much we will pay as a city?
Well, I think the initial resolution that set up the process, and the clerk can correct me if I'm wrong, I think it said an amount not to exceed $10,000. So perhaps yes, I think so. And Joanna can pull that up if she has it available. But this is something that, again, you can vote if you decided to vote on one particular vendor, and you can make as a part of the vote that it not to exceed some amount, but that's what the initial resolution said.
Okay, so albeit I do think that the Crispin investigations have a much more comprehensive package that they turned in, and I do appreciate that part. I just want to make sure that once we vote, we're not like at the second part, then we can possibly renegotiate. Is that something we could do, Madam Attorney?
Well, I'm just basing it on the resolution, like somebody may have actually looked up that resolution, and that if they're bidding at, $3,000, or then maybe they were trying to be within that amount. I just don't know. But you could, as a part of whatever you're doing tonight with this resolution, you can make a change if you wanted to. And then we will place that language in the resolution as an amendment.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Well then, Commissioner.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm okay. So, Madam Clerk. So is the language $10,000?
The most recent resolution that was adopted with regards to going out for an RFQ did not have that $10,000 language in there, but a previous one did, and I'm trying to pull it up now, so.
Well, I'm only asking because if it's 3,500 times 3, that's over $10,000.
Through the mayor, but again, Commissioner Williams, you can clarify it for the item that you're passing tonight. You can put that in there not to
So we
exceed
can-
an amount, if you'd like to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, so we still have a motion on the floor for Kristen Special Investigations. We need a second.
A second.
Okay, so motion was made by Vice Mayor Irvin, seconded by Commissioner Williams. Madam
Discussion.
Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. Is the language that Commissioner Williams just referenced, where is it going to be encapsulated in here in terms of not to exceed? Because there's nothing in here in terms of the amount. So we're going to make sure that so we don't have any challenges, I guess, to the attorney. What would that be put in? And secondly, when this negotiated or whatever, how's that process going to take place? Who's going to actually do that if this firm is selected? Who's going to do that communication? And when they finish with the background checks or whatever the information that we're asking, where is it going to go? Who is it going to go to?
Through the mayor?
Madam Attorney?
Yes, we can certainly put the language, we'll put it in the resolution, we'll add the language to it. In terms of who it goes to, normally that would be your HR director, and it would be your HR director having discussions with the firm.
That's why I brought it up, because as we've been told, our HR director declines the position. So when this comes back, and they okay with it, whatever the amount, and they do the work, where is it going to go? Is it coming straight to the commission? Because whatever process is going to be used needs to be, inside of the legislation. It has to go somewhere when it comes back. To my colleagues, really, that's a question for us to decide where it's going to go.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh, one second, Commissioner Williams. Commissioner Kelly? Commissioner Williams? Commissioner Williams?
I know I'm trying to think of my words, I
Oh.
guess. But I know the night is going. Something is giving me pause. I can't put my finger on it. But we're trucking along. We're trucking along without an HR manager. I'm just I don't know. I mean, I know how this process works because I mean, I'm a part of it day to day, but this is it's definitely giving me pause. And then the comment about her not wanting to be here, like, and the why, that also gives me pause. So, I mean, it's a job. I don't know. It's taking different turns. I'm not trying to put any conspiracy theories attached to it, but we're going to the next level with no HR manager. So like Commissioner Kelly said, what's the next, like how now? Because if we're not saying anything about, like, no one is having any conversations and everything is being based off of what the perception of what was said or done to the first HR manager, what's the fail-safe that we're going to have our interim HR manager like not feel, I mean, we've not said anything, not feel like we're attacking, because I mean, quite frankly, no one attacked anyone, but that's neither here nor there. I'm just, how do we, Madam Attorney, like, how do we tread along this path? I hate to keep coming back to you, but I just want to make sure we're doing things decent and in order.
Well, what's ironic is that you have someone who I guess is accepted on an interim basis that HR position. So if they've accepted that position and they're being paid for whatever that compensation is, and they have that title of interim HR director, they should be performing the duties of whatever that position requires. And so if that person is not willing to do that, then it will be in the manager's authority to look for someone who will. But to have a situation continually come up over and over again where you don't have an HR professional who is willing to engage, I don't think that serves the city well.
All right, I'm done.
Okay, any other comments and concerns? And I too agree with both of my colleagues. Who will shepherd this process? Where is the background results going? How will it get to the commission? So,
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Manager?
Yes, I wanted to provide the commission with some additional information, perhaps that you all can use to address the comments made by the city attorney. The candidate is doing the work, but she did decline the salary increase, hence why I said that we could not compel her to actually come tonight. Also, we have advanced in finding an HR director, and we're moving forward next week in our second round of interviews in hopes to having an HR director in-house within the next 2 to 3 weeks if this information assists the commission at all.
Okay. Right, Vice Mayor, you?
Yeah, I was getting ready to say
Go
something.
ahead, you have the floor.
What I don't know, I know that these screenings don't get done overnight. So I was trying to look to see if
it had like a length of time in which we would get these reports back from them. Maybe it'll be in alignment with the possibility of the new HR director coming in. I know that it doesn't take overnight to do this. I just didn't see a length of time that they need to do it.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly, well, Vice Mayor, you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
Commissioner Kelly?
For the purpose of time and whole lot of challenges, the resolution is really, I guess, to select the screener. The question becomes, when they finish the work, where is it going to go until the commission makes a decision? So if the commission is going to choose one of the two firms and possibly have HR director within a time frame, I don't know, but at least the screener part of what they would be doing would take place. I raised the question because either way it goes, where is it going to go? And that's a decision the commission, in my opinion, I guess, via attorney can give us clarity. Where would it go? When it comes back with the screening, where are they going to go? It's going to be in a sealed envelope like this to whomever sealed until it gets to the commission, or if we got HR director who's brought up to speed on where we are, where would it go? I kind of agree we can at least go forward with selecting someone because that's really what this resolution is about. I only raised the question because, as my colleague mentioned, where is it going to go? We don't know at this point, but it doesn't have to hinder the work of the background screening itself. So I'd like to suggest that we at least choose a firm that can get started. We're going to have to, as my colleague mentioned, someone has to negotiate to take the lead because you don't have a HR director to do that part. And I know we put a lot of this on the clerk's office in the past. Don't want to do that now, but we've got to make a decision. We can't sit there. We got to do something with it. So that would be a possible suggestion or solution. If someone has a better one, I'm all open, but we got to make some decisions because the screeners part or role at least can go forward. The question becomes when they finish their work, compile their work, where is it going to go? It should be sealed. We don't figure that part out until it gets to the commission, but where will it reside to? Or do we make the screeners or not make, do we ask the screeners as a part of this process to deliver them to us as a commission in a meeting setting? That's a possible, I'm just giving some possible suggestions to at least move the process along. I agree with the vice mayor, that at least this can be done. I don't think you're gonna do it overnight. So at least we can get the process continuous. I'll hear what my colleagues to say, but hopefully we can come to some resolution and move the item along. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem.
Mr.
Commissioner,
Mayor. Oh, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, oh, go ahead. Are you?
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor?
when we receive these 3 background checks, maybe they'll deliver it to us in a setting like this. But what I don't want to do is sit here and have to go through all 3, like right now, like at that particular moment and decide at that moment. So deliver them to us. And once we're delivered, maybe we can come up with we'll meet back in 4 days or we'll be back to give us time to process what it is, unless they're going to give us a breakdown of what we're looking at. If they're going to come here and actually educate us on what we're looking at, and then we take that home with us and study it accordingly. Because I've never been an HR director person. Thank God, I've been self-employed for the last 31 years. So all of this is like reading another language to me. I'm learning as I go.
Yes, ma'am.
But I don't want to have to like make a decision the same day that we get this stuff, because I'm still looking to see if they said how long it would take this to be completed once we're given the okay, and I don't see it, but
So, you
well, my hope is that it'll take
long enough that by the time this is cleared, we will have a permanent HR director that will walk us through the rest of the process. Possibly.
I'll say this, I do hear you, but the last time we waited on the HR director, it took months. So, and I think this
Well, it
process
might-
needs to be.
You're
we
right.
could close this out.
You're right, Mr. Mayor. The manager has been with us for almost 2 years. So if we wait, if he's been here 19, 20 months and we haven't done anything, I don't think another 4 weeks is gonna make or break us. That's my opinion. I'm
Mr. Mayor.
done.
Well, the
I mean,
manager's not on,
to-
the manager's not on trial, so,
Right.
so it has nothing to do with the manager.
I'm not, I
just saying.
absolutely know
Okay.
that. I'm just saying, we're like, I don't understand the rush, and then we rush and get it wrong. And then we're right back to trying to figure out the next suggestion. So, because we still don't know how long, he's not here to answer to us, how long will it take for him to finish his job? If he is, to.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
And-
No, I hear you.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Williams?
Okay, so, looks like under Atlantic employee screening, it looks like, and there's no page number, so, I can't even give you, but there's a tab 6 says schedule. It says the program will be implemented same day or next day. All of the products requested offer a fast turnaround time to be set up. Generally, and I believe we had, I think it was the detective, I know the chief is here. Generally, it is a rather, swift turnaround. I know, when those items are presented, I'm not gonna call you up. I'm not going, because we've been bringing you up, but I do know that it is, and it won't be in time for, but I do have a suggestion. And Madam Attorney, you can let me know if this makes sense, and if it does, I can make a motion, and then we can possibly, if it does make sense, it's just might be far-fetched. Is it possible that the commission can hire an independent HR manager just for this process?
Well, the city can create departments and abolish or create, and so that is allowable, meaning the city, you all sitting as a city commission. I would say that I believe I would be able to craft legislation within that to allow for what you're suggesting.
Okay, and I'm only suggesting it because it would be someone that is outside, independent of, interim HR, not feeling comfortable to be here based off of comments or, et cetera, et cetera. We don't want anyone to feel tainted or pressured. I'm thinking that if we, try to just to get someone to quick and dirty come in, assist us with this process by going through and giving us some expertise, because like the vice mayor said, when we get the packets, we don't know what we're looking at and we don't know how to proceed, but we would need someone that knows HR that can guide. So that's just, like I said, it could be far-fetched, but I would definitely like to make a motion. I know we don't have enough time to go out for RFP or Q. So I guess that would have to be under, well, no, it can't be. We may have to put it out.
Right.
Yeah, we'll have to put it out. Okay.
And through the mayor, it may require, you could possibly do it as an emergency item, but it may require an ordinance. And so that's why
Got it. Okay. What you take? It'll slow down the process. I do understand, but I don't know. And I keep saying, that's why I keep saying it gives me pause, because I want to pass this tonight, but once it passes, once the background, everything, like we have to have someone to like direct that process.
And then let me also say this, although the city manager stated that this is someone who hasn't taken a higher salary. If that person has decided to take the position is the position. So unless the city manager is saying that this person has not accepted the position, which would be contrary to the email that I think we all received, then that person ought to be carrying out the responsibilities of the position.
Okay, Commissioner Williams.
I'm done. Yes, I'm done.
Okay,
I was just saying that I like her idea.
and I was actually gonna ask, well, one, we know that the process in place is that the commission will meet to decide the three candidates. And at that moment, once we decide these candidates, then they will undergo the background screening. I believe that's the way we settled on. And I'm with Vice Mayor's initial initial idea as to allow them to do the background screening. We have a workshop, they can deliver to us in the workshop, or if we don't want to do a workshop, individual meetings, they can deliver us this individually, explain to us, that way we don't have to put the person on blast in the meeting, and then we can come back and make that decision.
We can do the workshop. I like a workshop.
Okay, and I that way it's transparent.
Yeah, they can explain to us what we're seeing. We don't have to guess about it. I like that.
So I typically like Vice Mayor's original idea, but then I will also ask, because Commissioner Kelly brought up who's going to engage, and I know she's gonna be mad at me, but Madam Clerk, if you would not mind, once we decide who the three candidates are, just forwarding the information, if the HR director is not here at that time, forwarding the information to, and that's my idea, forwarding the information to the background screeners to process the background checks. And then, of course, letting them know what the commission expects of them. If the HR director is not hired by the time we choose the top three candidates.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Whatever. I know you chew me out. I know you chew me out, but I want to. I saw your face. Commissioner Kelly.
I'm just trying to get a little clarity. So the vice mayor had a motion, I guess, there was two separate.
It's two separate motions.
So I don't think anyone got a second.
No, neither one got a
Neither
second.
one got a second. So we just kind of, okay. All right, okay, well, I don't know how it's gonna work out. I'm still going back to the original point. And I'm not here for popularity. I'm here to make sure we get it right, as all of us want to do. Do we have an interim HR director? Because we do, they should be performing the work. If we don't, then it goes contrary, as the attorney just mentioned, to the email we got that says we have an interim. So it sounds like we don't have an interim director. So maybe what Commissioner Williams suggesting, maybe what needs to occur to get a, I don't know the term you use, Commissioner, what's the term?
HR consultant.
HR, that may be the route we need to go to ensure that whenever we get down this road or to this process, there is a professional there. So I'll await whichever second motion to firm, but I like that part, because we need to make sure someone's going to be in place to go forward with this going forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, I'm good either way. So what I would propose that we do now is the first motion that Vice Mayor, and then we can come back to the second one. So the first motion that Vice Mayor proffered was to appoint
Crispin.
It wasn't seconded. It wasn't second. So the first motion was to appoint Kristen Special Investigations.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a second.
You do for
I have
that?
a motion in a second.
Oh, you do? Who seconded?
It was moved by Vice Mayor Urban and second by Williams,
Okay,
Commissioner Williams.
That discussion went on for a while, so excuse me for forgetting. So we can call the question on that motion.
Commissioner Kelly?
This is, one second, this is to
Hear
appoint
you down there. Which company?
the Crispin people.
Crispin Special Investigations, Inc.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Bass? I'm sorry? No. Vice Mayor Urban?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Before I vote, I want to make sure, if we do vote yes, if I do vote yes, do we need to say that we want you to amend this resolution? Because that's what this resolution is for, for the $10,000, not to exceed the 10,000.
That was not a part of it, but you should, I understood that to be what you wanted.
My
but
point.
You probably should just put it on the record. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I would like to amend Vice Mayor's motion to appoint Crispin also and to add that language not to exceed $10,000.
And
To
I
the
will accept the
resolution.
friendly amendment.
Okay, is that fine? All right. We would have to,
Let me.
yeah, we have to do it over.
Let me do the roll call again.
Mhm.
So this is to select Crispin Special Investigations Inc. in an amount not to exceed $10,000 for
Right.
that language to be included in the resolution. Commissioner Kelly?
I didn't hear the language. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, for the question.
No.
I didn't hear the language about when it comes back, where it's going. I know the attorney was going to, I know we asked the clerk to. Where is it going when they finish? That was the question. That was part of what I wanted to be a part of this process. That's why I referenced Commissioner Williams' point about an HR.
And
What was that
Mr.
word?
Manager, that's the point that I was trying to
Okay.
add into the motion.
So I will amend my amendment to her amendment. So to add Crispin, Jesus Christ, I'm losing my thought. To add Crispin for amount not to exceed $10,000, and also for us to choose a consultant with a HR consultant, also with a,
Well, no.
yeah, this is a
We
lot.
can't do the consultant yet
That's
because we
right.
have to actually formulate that legislation. But what you can do is if you want the information to go back to the city clerk, which is what I thought you were asking her, it can go to the city clerk and sealed or whatever you all want to do. And then at some point it needs to be released and go to that consultant or HR professional that's hired by the city. So do you follow me? So the two different things. One is for it to come in. So whatever information they get, whether it's 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whenever they get it, it has to have a place to go. You can have it go back to the city clerk, and then that the city clerk will keep it and, sealed. And then at some point, when we formulate the legislation for you all to deal with the department issue and however we're going to write that up, then which may require an ordinance, then the city clerk will then release it to the that HR professional, whether it's outside or by that time the manager has somebody inside, whatever that happens to be. Do you follow me?
If we did an ordinance, that means it would be next meeting, let's just say next meeting, then I think per our code, we would have to skip a meeting. So it would be the end of October, right? If we did the independent HR direct, I believe that's the.
When you say no, you could actually do a first reading in a special meeting, but then you have to wait publish it in 10 days and whatever. So you can do a special meeting next week if you wanted to for the legislation, but you will need to publish it and let the time elapse for the publication.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, before you go on, my suggestion is instead of having the clerk to hold on to it, why couldn't the agency hold on to it until we need it?
We haven't even gotten that far yet.
Well, I mean,
Choose the people.
well, still, because we're talking about giving it to the clerk to hold on to. Why can't the agency just hold on to it?
Mr. Mayor?
And then a workshop.
What I understood your directive to be for the city clerk is totally different from what I believe the attorney is saying. So can you please clarify? Because
Okay, what I'm asking, if the commission doesn't mind, let's choose the company not to exceed the amount and then do a special commission meeting soon, a workshop to figure out how we're going to shepherd the rest of the process, be it an HR, and we can discuss it then. So that way we know that whichever direction we decide to go in, we know that this person, whoever from these two will conduct that process. And then at that special meeting or that workshop, we can discuss how, who, what, when, where, and if you all don't mind that. Yeah, because the time is far spent. It's 9 o'clock and we still on the first item. So that's my proposal, that now we just vote on whoever is going to do the background check, because this process is not going to come until the end of the process anyway. So if you all don't mind. Okay,
I had a long day.
all right, so the motion was, I'll make it for us to engage in Crispin special investigations with an amount not to exceed $10,000. And I would need a second on that, if you want.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Williams. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Bass?
No.
Vice Mayor Irvin?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes,
Motion passes 4-1 on the amendment.
okay, and can we vote on the actual legislation? Madam, Clerk,
Vice Mayor Irvin?
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Bass?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
yes,
Motion passes 5-0.
all right, and Madam Clerk, I also don't want this to fall up under the rug, so just make sure that you poll the commission for a workshop on this issue so that we can further discuss how we're gonna move forward. All right, going to the next item, 13.5.
And just to clarify, so you won't be able to vote on any kind of items. If you wanted me to prepare something for the meeting that would accomplish what Commissioner Williams is saying and share it with you guys in advance, if you do it as a workshop, it's not going to.
Okay, well then you can do it as a special commission
Right.
meeting and work with Commissioner Williams to, put it together.
Very well.
All right, so 13.5.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, directing the city attorney to present all invoices in a workshop setting prior to payment, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by Commissioner Bass.
Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Williams.
Second my own. Yeah, second myself.
Second by Commissioner Bass. Commissioner Bass, is this your item? Would you like to present it?
Yes, thank you so much. In 2019, I believe it was when 2018, I came along, 2019. I did have a conversation with our city attorney as it relates to her invoices. And I did say to her, I don't need to see them. But when you know better, you do better. So now I'm at the place where I'm doing better. Because of transparency reasons, being good stewards of the people's money. And also it is in her contract where we do have the authority to audit her invoices. So I just wanted to be where it's in a proper setting. I'm not throwing stones at her. I'm not judging her. It's nothing personal. It's just about the people's business and being a good steward over their monies. Thank you.
Okay. This item was pulled. So do we have any?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly?
thank you. I appreciate the sponsor's response. I totally am in disagreement with the item. I think that if we have questions regarding the city attorney's billing or statements, it's part of her contract, part of us to be able to sit down with her to discuss. But when you start opening up in a workshop to basically talk about everybody's bills, I don't think that's a good practice. We should start. We've been given no indication, at least I haven't, where the city attorney has overbilled us or underperformed or underserved her position. And so to present every invoice in a workshop prior to payment, and I'm gonna say this, y'all know how tough it is to get paid around here in the city. We just had that come up in CRA meeting and other folks that can't get paid on time. But I think to have invoices laid out doesn't do us well from a legal standpoint, from representation standpoint. And so I would be totally non-supportive of this particular item. If there's questions specifically about a particular attorney billing or something to come up, I could understand it was a large amount or something of that nature. but to ask to present all of your legal bills in a workshop setting prior to the payment, I think it's just not something that we should be engaged in. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem, Commissioner Kelly. Any other questions on this item?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Williams?
so I do see both sides because there was a time that I believe the recent city attorney's contract, I also made an amendment for timely invoices, so I do understand. My question, I guess, is if I do think when it comes to an open setting or open forum, when it comes to attorney, there may be some pause there. My question is there a way that in terms of, I do believe that before they were given to the city manager's office. Is that something that, and then we took it out of the city manager's office and brought them to us? Is there a way, how do we then, can we give that back so that we can not have to, there's some type of fail safe so that we can ensure that that's, that they're looked over. And I guess with the attorney, along with the eyes of the manager's office, so that everyone can check off that the bills are completed and the work was done in terms of what was done on the city side. Because I do know that, the truth be told, I'm not an attorney. And what we're looking at, we don't know. I mean, I do know we can go to the website, but there's still questions that we may have. So, or I guess either if this is an amendment, or can we have specific shade meetings for the bills in terms of the commission, so that we can, but they have to be a timely thing, on time. So I'm just trying to figure out what are some of the things that we can do to get this process going, so that we're not workshopping also. And that's, I don't know, whoever wants to respond.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner
I'm done.
Commissioner Bass?
I'm not opposed to changing verbiage to go through the city manager's office or shade meetings. I'm not opposed to any of that.
And if I can comment, Mr. Mayor?
Madam Attorney?
Yes. So it used to, you all may remember, there is a current resolution where these billings have gone through the manager's office, which is always the case. But then when Mr. Williams came, he wasn't processing my payments, which is why I brought it to you all, because I wasn't getting paid. And so in conversations with Melinda McGill at the state, that's what we said we would do in order to get them through and approved in some form. Now you get tons of legal bills from other attorneys all of the time. So my little litigation bill for 12 months is the same or less than what you get in one bill from some of the outside firms. So those aren't reviewed really by anybody other than our office, understanding what is supposed to be in legal bills, understanding what is reasonable under the circumstances. And one of the things that I've said previously, if there are, to the extent that there are any questions, I'm always available to meet with any of you. And I've said that before any items come before you on meeting agendas, I've said I'm available to meet. Commissioner Bass is correct. She did tell me she didn't care to meet in the past. I'm prepared to do that whenever these items come up. I don't, we're down to a few cases that's within our control. In terms of cases that come up on a frequent basis, we don't control if you guys are going to get sued for public records or an injunction or things dealing with foreclosures or anything. We don't control that. We just react to it. So you can look on a docket and you can see what we're billing, you can, and what it's tied to. If it was a deposition, you can get the deposition. If it was a court hearing, you can see it's on the docket. It says we're at a court hearing. I mean, there's nothing less than transparent in terms of what we're doing. And be quite honest, we're not even billing for more than one attorney. We bill for only one attorney when sometimes three of us might work on a case. So I would ask that you all allow me to work with you to answer any questions that you might have, because at the end of the day, we just want to get paid for the work we're doing. And my bills are up to date, so I can put that out there. You all know that they're up to date. And we'll hopefully, keep them that way. And that's my goal from here on out.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I think what the biggest thing the sponsor is trying to do, if I'm correct, is we're just trying to get the invoices in a timely manner. Is that what we're really trying to do? And reoccurringly on a timely manner. So that's the biggest thing. If you get them to us in a timely manner, we would be able to move forward with that. I think that's the biggest thing that we're just trying to do, is to get you to be in accordance with however you're supposed to give us the invoices monthly, however it is supposed to be. I think that's the only thing that the sponsor is trying to do. Because I honestly don't want a whole bunch of workshops and extra meetings. I really don't want that. But we just want you to give your invoices in a timely manner, because it's easier to go to an invoice 30 days opposed to 365 days. It'll be easier, I'm assuming. Thank you.
No problem. And I will say this, I think in the contract that when we renegotiated your contract, I believe Commissioner Williams asked that language to be in the contract.
It is.
For you to ensure. It is. It's in her contract that she had. We voted on it.
It's in the contract.
Wait, huh?
You have to talk to Mike.
I don't know what she's saying either. Oh, I believe that Commissioner Williams proffered that amendment for the contract.
It's in it.
So it's in it.
Mhm.
So I know the commission voted already to make sure that this does not happen again and that the billing is on time. So
I was saying, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, what I was saying is that it's in the contract. We voted on it, but that contract is not approved yet by the state.
we already voted.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes that is not approved, but one of the things that I did just recently was I called Melinda McGill, because I don't want there to be any games played outside of what you all vote on. And so I called her myself and I asked her if they had it. They do have it. She said, we're doing a great job. She appreciated what was happening. I told her about the item that was on the agenda, which she disagrees with. She doesn't think there should be anything in a workshop setting. So I do know, and I do believe that they do want us to be paid. And I can't imagine that that item would not be approved. And I'm happy to call her back and ask her specifically about that, because you all voted on it. It was done. It was a commission vote. I'm not quite sure why it would be held up, but I'm happy to ask that question as well.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Attorney. If no more questions, we can.
Real quick, I know, just trying to work through it. Is just like Vice Mayor said, I think I know the where it's coming from. And in all transparency, I no one likes to receive a bill and be told that receive a bill the day of and feel like they're kind of under pressure to pay it without review. So I think that's pretty much the premise of it. So is there a way to the sponsor? I'm gonna go back again
that although we took it from the manager's office, can we then share responsibility in terms of the bills come to us and also to the manager's office? And then if there's any I'm sorry.
Finish up.
Oh, if there's any indiscrepancies, then we can then have that conversation. I do not want another meeting, and I do think that a workshop setting might be a little, but I do think that there has to be some systems in place to get the bills to us in a timely manner, and so that we can then have those conversations. We can't have the conversations if the bills are presented late. So I don't know how, like, that problem has to be fixed. But like we said, it is like you said, Mr. Mayor, we voted on it, but then it happened after the vote.
I'm not sure what you're saying. It happened after the vote.
Oh, no, I'm saying we voted on the contract that we will receive the bills in a timely manner, but the bills were, I wasn't at the meeting, but I'm saying the bills were presented.
They were presented at the very next meeting. The bottom line is I'm going to do everything that I can in my powers.
Talking to Mike.
Oh, I'm going to do everything I can in my powers to have the bills in, as I've told each one of you, timely.
No.
So I think and that's a different issue than going through the manager. So I don't want to be in a position where I'm going through him and going to you and going back. I'd rather just bypass that. If he doesn't want to, comply with the ordinance that's in existence where they just process it like all city managers have in the past in the history of the city, fine. I'm happy to come to you. This is unusual. Even coming to you is an unusual process. Having this conversation is unusual. It is unusual. Nobody ever even gets these. It goes through a formal process. You don't have any reason to distrust my bills. There's no reason for my bills to be hung up. I would be happy to just send it to the state, but that's not the process. So I'm trying to have a process, which if it needs to go before the commission, because that's what we're doing now, that's fine. I'll present it. I'll meet with each other. Whoever wants to meet with me prior to the meeting, we'll try to get it in within a reasonable time. And that's all I can say. But I'm hoping that, this item, and I think most of you are pretty much saying the same thing. A workshop setting is not the optimal I can give you a list of reasons, which I won't do, but I can work with Commissioner Bass on any concerns that she has. I hope you'll allow me to work with her and any one of you that has any concerns. But to do a dual process, I'm just asking that not be something that you've taken me through to get a simple bill paid.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you. I think it's important to highlight not only the concerns of Commissioner Bass, but also the concerns of Commissioner Williams. What is unusual and what generally never happens is for any attorney to turn into a client bills for invoices for 12 months at a time. Every invoice that has been received on a timely basis has been processed and paid from the city attorney's office. My office, the contract is with the state. My office has spoken directly with the state. They have spoken individually, to my knowledge, to every single one of the dais and stated this concern. The city attorney is absolutely correct. When an invoice comes from legal that's outside, we receive the invoice, we match it to a case quickly to understand that the case was done, that this is legitimate. Her office actually reviews the bills.
Thank you. Please. Continue, Ms. Manager.
Her office actually reviews the bills. Our office reviews the bills fiscally, and we process them for payment and pay them timely. Her retainers, when we receive them, they're processed and retained timely. When I entered into this office, she gave me 3 months of invoices that were during the time that I was actually here. Those were processed and paid immediately. Next, I received 16 months of invoices for a time period that I was not here. And it is
okay. All right.
And Mr. Mayor, it's important that I finish my thought here and correct the record. All
right. So
we have documentation that supports everything I'm saying. And if It's important that I finish my statement.
Go ahead, I'm allowing you. Please.
Thank you. So we have documentation to support everything that I'm saying. Her invoices that received on a timely basis have been processed. The concern here, for the commission, for my commission, is that you have a bypass process now where there is no balances and checks. There are no fiscal controls. There's no fiduciary overview for invoices that you're receiving 5 minutes before they're paid. You're not getting the city manager's office saying that these invoices are proper and the work was done. You're not getting another attorney's office looking at them and as other attorneys' invoices are properly done before they're received by my office to say this work was properly done. And you haven't hired anyone to say, hey, we're going to hire someone that has the audit skills or the legal background to review these invoices. And that's really the heart of the concern here.
And if I may, Mr. Mayor, that's not done anywhere. It is never an issue. The whole idea is that you have a certain amount of trust in your city attorney. And so for the manager to say he processes, I don't even get processed retainers that are just standard retainers every month on a consistent basis. I have to call, send the invoice 2, 3, 5 times. I can show you the email, okay, where I send it to them 2, 3, 5 times and to even get those paid. So I'm not making this stuff up. I don't have a history of doing that. And I would just like to, Mayor, if we can move back to the item. I don't want to go back and forth tit-to-tat with the manager because frankly, the reason why we're here in this place right now is because the manager wasn't paying my bills. I don't have a reason to lie about that. Okay, I don't have a reason to lie about that. So I would just ask Mr. Mayor if we could move on, please.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. All right, so do we have any other concerns from the commission? And then we can call the question.
Mr. Mayor, because it's my item, I would suggest, after listening to everyone, as it relates to the workshop, I can walk away from that. But if we're not going to do a workshop, I would propose that it goes back to the manager's office. Because someone has to look. Like I said before, it's not me not trusting our city attorney. It's not me going at her. This is just business.
I have a quick question. When legislation is presented to be brought for the commission, the staff does a cover memo, correct?
Cover memo when you request legislation?
For legislation.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Okay. And does that cover memo come from all charter officers as well as the commission?
No, if it's coming from the city attorney's office, we can create our own cover memo. We can propose the legislation without it going through the managers. The manager can propose legislation, I can't, and the commission sitting as a body can't.
Okay, but the manager doesn't, okay. All right, so Commissioner Bass, yours, then take what I was about to say back. What are you proffering now? I want us to move on. We got a lot.
We do. What I'm saying is that I would take in consideration not having a workshop because of reasons stated, but either or the workshop or the city manager's office.
Okay.
So I can change it and put city manager's office if that makes, better or more tolerable for my colleagues.
All right. The only thing I know I'm sorry, Commissioner Kelly?
No, I'll wait. Go ahead.
Okay. I know we voted to take away from the manager's office. So I guess what she's proffering is to repeal that resolution to take it back to how it was before. So, but I don't think that's something we can do tonight, right? Or
Well, you've never voted to take it away. There's an existing resolution that allows it to go before the manager's office. It's just that the manager wasn't processing it. And I don't want to play games with him with my
Madam
bills.
Attorney, we can't do that tonight.
Okay, well,
Not
yes,
tonight. So,
it's still standing. In other words, you have a resolution that's still in
So
place.
if the resolution that's still up, then
There will be no reason to vote this resolution.
Then why is it
because-
coming to the commission?
Because it wasn't, again, because I wasn't getting paid. So I brought it, I talked to the state and that's what we decided to do, bring it before the commission.
Currently, there's 2 resolutions. One resolution for your bills to come to the commission and the other resolution for it to go directly to the manager to be paid.
There is a resolution in place. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to vote on this item at all.
The question is, There's two resolutions, one for the bills to come directly to
There's
the,
not a second resolution.
Madam Attorney, we.
No,
passed-
no, you actually passed the resolution just on the payment of the individual bills, but you didn't create a new process. You didn't do a new process. That process technically for the resolutions to go through the manager's office, as all cities do, that's still in place. But so when you came back and I just started sending it to you. Here's a resolution to pay the city attorney, and that's what you all were voting on. But it wasn't another resolution creating a different process. You follow me? It wasn't a new resolution.
Yeah, because I remember voting on that, but okay, your amendment to your item is to take it from a workshop and put it back in the hands of the manager. But what you're saying is, Madam Attorney, that we don't need to do that because that resolution already stands today.
That's true.
So she just said because she wanted to be paid. So what if she defers this item, so the billing that took place in August, you're going to send directly to the manager?
I will send it
To be paid.
to Ms. Lawson to be paid.
Okay,
Yes.
now.
I'm so sorry.
I don't mean to sound like
I'm so sorry. I was just trying to meet in a happy medium for both of us. For the commission as well as what we previously did to have the manager's office also have their eyes on it, not to kind of go around because we're like, again, I'm gonna say it just like the HR, we're not experts in it. So we're passing bills that we don't have anyone giving a second glance at. So that was just my suggestion. I don't want a workshop setting though, but yeah, that was it.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, to our city manager. If it goes that route, that it goes to your office, please assure that our city attorney gets paid when her invoice has already been processed.
Absolutely. In addition, I will provide the commission, as Ms. Lawson is the one that receives and processes all city attorney bills, dates that she received them and dates that they were approved and dates that they were paid.
All right, so
And if you can copy me on that, please, I'd appreciate it.
are you going to defer this item, Commissioner Bass?
Hoping and believing that it would go as stated.
All right, so what I'm gonna ask you to do, if she defers this item, can you bring legislation back detailing exactly how you want this process to go? So the city attorney sends it to the manager has 30 days to, and send it to something like that.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay,
And can I just say, Mr. Mayor, if I send Commissioner Bass the item and it accomplishes the current item, which allows for review and everything.
I would prefer that she
Okay.
works with you and the manager together. And you all can come up with a calendar of how bills will be paid. And I think that's the best,
I can do
the
that.
best route to go.
I can do that.
For submission and payment.
Right.
And then bring that back to the commission for review,
I
to
can do
review
that.
and
That's-
to vote.
Okay, I'll
right.
defer.
So this item
Okay.
is deferred. Madam Attorney. 13-9.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager to piggyback the City of Safety Harbor contract with Syntec Consulting Services, Inc. to conduct an impact update study in an amount not to exceed $50,000 and in form that is acceptable to the city attorney, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Kelly, second by
Pass.
Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager, you can go ahead and present this as your item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very important item for the city of Opa-locka, given that our impact fee schedule is completely antiquated and outdated. And through our internal assessment, it is really clear that we as a city are not receiving the impact fees that we are due, that other cities are due. We're one of the last cities where the type of constructions that we're moving forward is available. Affordable housing is hot, and we actually have some private developers that are moving forward with affordable housing projects in the city of Opa-locka, and we want to make sure that we're collecting their proper dues. Now, as as with always, businesses are going to push back, especially some of the businesses that are older businesses that have been working with the city of Opa-locka for some time. So one of the things we've also included in this legislation is to soften the impact through waivers and through review of impact fees for businesses that are under development, and perhaps their impact fees go from $1 million to $3 million. So it does also provide us the opportunity to work with those existing businesses. And we hope that the commission will move this item forward so that we can get the monies that we're due and push some of these businesses forward in development.
Okay. All right. Any concerns or questions for the manager on this item?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you. I pulled the item. Our impact fees are rather old. I agree with the manager on that. Concern I raised in my briefing was we're piggybacking off of an existing contract with the city of Safe Harbor. And the information that's in the package is based on their time schedule. And I asked what would our time schedule be? And I was told approximately 6 months. But I'd like to know specifically when that would start, because when I look at the time schedule for Safe Harbor, it's based on when the RFP is released, et cetera, and of course has different timeframes. So I'd like to know what that time schedule that we believe was going to be. And also the other thing that gave me concern, which I heard in the briefing, for some of the older buildings or developments, we want to work with them to grandfather or to whatever the term. I want to know, is that going to come before the commission prior to any agreements made with softening the impact, if that's what we're going to do? I want to make sure that comes back to the commission. So I want to put that on the record now, because we're using this company for the impact fee study, but I don't want to get lost in the translation of when it comes back either. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Any other concerns on this item? All right, Mr. Manager, you heard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly, you asked 2 questions. I'll answer the second one. And for the first one, I'll ask that our Community Development Director, Mr. Gregory Gay, come up and answer the question with regard to time schedule. With regard to the second question, waiver of fees in the city of Opa-locka is always, and to my has always been, and is currently an administrative process. So whether the waiver of fees come through community development or building and licenses or code enforcement, waiver of fees is a administrative process that generally does not come back before the commission.
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly.
So as a part of the impact fee study, instead of a company paying $50,000, administratively, you can knock that down to 5 based on whatever your internal process. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, I'm not sure what the, excuse me, through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly, I'm not sure what the structures in place. Generally, there's a calculation such as usually the waiver of fees and code enforcement. There's a calculation that's part of a policies procedures that's presented to me that is not actually a number that I just make up. So based off of the, there's based off of several calculations, but then I have the authority to agree to the waiver or not to agree to the waiver.
Okay, well, then I'd like to my colleagues, for all of us, I'd like to get a copy of what that looks like, because that's the first time I've known where I know you can waive, I know you have some discretion, but when it comes to impact fees, especially when you're talking about particularly large amounts, usually the commission has to weigh in. So I'll wait to get that document from code enforcement, community development, and all those processes, and I'll speak to that later. Thank you. Mr. Mayor, the second question, the other question.
Okay, Mr. Gay.
Hello. Good afternoon, Gregory Gay, Director of Planning and Community Development. As it relates to the timeline that we are reflecting on that was used with Safe Harbor, that was including the RFP process, which basically is about a 30 to 60 day process. We basically eliminated that particular process since we're looking at piggybacking off of the contract. So we're looking to immediately go to contract, hopefully within the next 30 days, and have this particular company on board. So, and we are guesstimating that it will approximately take 6 months for them to complete this review process. And that is pretty much consistent with what appeared with Safety Harbor.
So our starting date is when?
We're
Since
looking
we're
at,
passing this tonight, I know it's got to go to the state. So when the state approves it, that's when the clock will start,
we're looking at sometime October, November,
October, November. Okay,
and having it completed by probably April or May of next year.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir.
All right, no problem. So any other questions or concerns on this? If not, we can call the question. Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Sorry, yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
item 13.9 passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. Madam Attorney, 1310.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, accepting the proposal of Raftellus Financial Consultants, Inc. for water, wastewater, and stormwater rate study services pursuant to RFP number 23-0627200, and further authorizing the interim city manager to enter into an agreement with Raftellus Financial Consultants, Inc. for said services in an amount not to exceed $59,360, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
Move for discussion.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by Commissioner Williams. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this item is as you can see, is a piggyback for a water rate study. We are several years behind in conducting water rate study. The last, I believe, done in 2016, or the last one due to be done was to be done in 2016. We're now 7 years later in 2023. As I have briefed the commission on previous occasions, our water and sewer fund is actually, no pun intended, underwater by about $1 million, we estimate. So at some point, we need to catch that up. We're hoping that after a water rate study, a recommendation can be put before the commission for a suitable raise in the water rate so that we can begin to start getting our water and sewer fund balanced once again.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. And I believe it's open for discussion. Commissioner Kelly?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. I'm glad to see this item here. I have a couple of questions, not so much on the study being done. It needs to be done. The notice to proceed, the schedule inside of the package says July, so obviously that's going to be pushed back. So assuming the same concept, the state approves it, we're looking to start sometime, hopefully before the end of this month on the schedule. So everything is just pushed back a couple of months.
Through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly, yes, we are hoping to push this forward as fast as we possibly can. Yes.
Okay, and the second thing, this is really more to my colleagues. I've been through this process, and I just hope when it comes back, y'all are prepared. Right, Ms. Manager? Yes, the manager said it. It's $1 million under, what you said, no pun intended?
Underwater.
Underwater. The reality is, and I sit here with rate studies, and they come back, and the commission don't want to bite the bullet. And that's why you are where you are. And I've got vilified for wanting to support water rate increases, and nobody wants to do that. But the only way you're gonna get that fund out of the deficit is to deal with the rates. So I'm just saying, when it comes back in 4 or 5 months, I'm pretty sure, because we haven't had one done in a while, those rates are going to be very interesting, to say the least. So be prepared for it, but it's something, if we really want to deal with a lot of issues and challenges we have, we're going to have to do it. So I'm waiting. That's the only thing I had, was to know about the schedule, because it looks like it probably will get pushed back a month or two, but hopefully we get it back. I would just hope that when it comes back, Mr. Manager, that we get it back, hopefully a little early, as you said, but we'll see. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I like how you did that, Commissioner Kelly. Just put all us put all us out there.
I'm putting myself out there too. See, I've been out there where I was voting for it and it got voted down. So, you know.
Put all us
right, Mayor, she know it. She was on the other end. That's why she's not saying that.
Any other concerns on this item? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
My arm is twisted, but yeah.
Item 1310 passes 5-0.
All right, Madam Attorney, 1314.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager to issue a request for proposals for a qualified consultant to perform federal grant writing services for the city, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly, second by Commissioner Bass, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So for items 14 and 15, they're really mirror items. One is for looking for a grant writer to assist the city for grants that are on the federal level. And then the other is for assisting the city to write grants for the local level, which would be state and below, state, county, and local, or other different private or nonprofit grants. That's generally how we found that the industry separates the skill set. We've talked to grant writers who just focuses mainly is just federal grants. And then we've spoken to grants writers who kind of do very, very focused on very local grants. So we want to make sure that the city has full coverage, which is why we separate this into two separate RFPs. We currently have our current grant writer falls into the second category and their contract is expiring soon. So we want to get these both put out, and we have no more extensions on their contract. So we want to get these RFPs put out as much as we can. We've been extremely successful historically in the last almost 2 years of getting some great grants, some great funding for the city of Opa-locka. And that's just a streak we want to continue to win on.
Okay, and I know we opened up for discussion. Commissioner Kelly, you right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree we need grant writers both on the federal and state, and I raised in the briefing, and I said I would do it here. The only thing I would like to see, or maybe even get a better explanation on, if not, instead of it being 3 fiscal years with the renewable of 2, I'd like to see 2 fiscal years with the renewable of 1, only because the landscape of grants and maybe the change of what the city's focus may be on could change. As we know, things are changing so dramatically, both in Washington and locally. So that was the only thing I wanted to proffer. The manager himself was not in my briefing, but I did raise it to his assistant to go from 3 to 2 and renewable of 1. But other than that, I do agree we need a grant writing services. So I would just offer that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly, that is absolutely a great idea. Administration is in full support with a 2-1.
Okay, Mr. Manager, the only thing I was going to ask is, and I totally agree with the grant writing services, and I also agree with Commissioner Kelly's amendment. You can find somebody that would take on both, that a firm that does both federal and non-federal?
We wanted to separate the RFPs, but if a company is so large and has a national presence and a local presence, and they can do both, we are going to encourage them to apply for both.
Okay, and this is totally unrelated to this, but related. Being that the city is not an entitlement city, when we do grants, can we receive money directly, or do we have to go through the county as a conduit?
There are a couple grants that do have the entitlement requirement, one that we're looking at now, and we will have to partner with the county for that.
Okay.
As we would have to answer your question on all entitlement grants.
Okay, so that's what.
Yes.
That was as Commissioner Williams would say, what gave me pause on number 14. Because we're not an entitlement city. So I don't want us to be applying for money and then Big Brother's clawing it and then giving us pennies. Or 10% from the dollar, like we do in church. So if any other concerns on this item?
No.
All right, Commissioner Kelly?
No, the amendment.
Oh, to the amendment to change it from
3 years to 2 years with 1 year renewable.
Correct.
Yes, sir. We
All
accept.
right. So Mr. Clerk, can we vote on the amendment first and then we'll do that actual item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Can someone read into the record the
Sorry.
exact amendment?
Madam Attorney, I'm sorry. The amendment was to switch it to 2 years with the option to renew in 1. Is that what you said, Commissioner Kelly?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
We have it.
Okay, so can you?
It's to give a renewable option for 2 year, for the contract to be 2 years with a renewable option for one instead of the 3-year contract.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by
Second.
Commissioner Kelly, second by Dr. Bass, and this is just for the amendment. Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Sorry, yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
amendment passes 5-0.
All right, Madam Attorney, 1315.
Mr. Mayor, we need a
Oh, I'm
vote on
sorry,
the.
vote on the actual item.
Yeah.
It's getting late.
That's okay.
Call the question.
Okay, Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Item 1314 passes 5-0.
All right, Madam Attorney, 1315.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager to issue a request for proposals for a qualified consultant to perform non-federal grant writing services for the city, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
All right, can I get a motion?
Moving for discussion.
Moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager?
Thank you. This is an item that's coming on the recommendation of our Director of Finance, Ms. Naima Walker, along with the work that she's done with our national accounting firm, Markham. And I will have her.
No. We're on 15.
Oh,
15.
Oh, 15. This is the mirror. It's the mirror. I'm sorry. I presented both contracts at the same, both resolutions at the same time. I apologize, Ms. Walker. You're just a few minutes more. So this resolution, this is for the state. This is for the state and local grant writer.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, the same thing. That's why I said 2-1.
Yes.
All right, so the amendment is the same, Mr. Clerk.
Yes.
So can I get a motion for the amendment?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner
Second.
Kelly, second by Commissioner Williams. Can we vote on the amendment and then we'll vote on the actual resolution?
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Amendment passes 5-0.
And the actual resolution?
And this is Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Item 1315 passes 5-0.
Alrighty. All right, so 1317, Madam Attorney.
An emergency resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager to execute an agreement with Calavera, Thurman, Lorena, Garcia LLP for independent consultant audit support services, repealing resolution 2022-034 that awarded the same services to the firm Anthony Brunson, PA, providing for adoption of representations, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Williams,
Second.
second by
Me.
Vice Mayor. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've been successful in doing something that is generally unheard of with state financial annual reports, and that is complete 2 of them in less than 12 months. So we want to continue this successful streak. We brought in the Brunson team for the 2021 fiscal year audit. His contract actually calls for a 2021 and 2022 annual report with a max cap of $500,000 and an end date of September 30th, 2023. We're coming to that end date and the cap is maxed and still need to do our 2023. So our finance director took it upon herself to engage and seek out an additional firm for which we could complete the work. And she has presented this contract to you for your approval.
All right, can I? 1 second.
Just a
Any
second.
discussion on this item?
Is there a report? Our manager did the.
He just.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I did pull this. I have several concerns with this item. First of all, when I asked in my briefing how it came about, how did we select this firm? I recognized it was presented as an emergency item, which kind of challenged me since we heard previously about non-responsiveness from Mr. Brunson, going back to the whole gas fee and trying to meet the deadline, et cetera. So I'm kind of interested that we just now seen an item come before us. So how do we find them? What process was used? The manager just mentioned that Ms. Walker took it upon herself to reach out to this firm, which I thought was kind of interesting in itself. And then we had a presentation already, so I see it now. There's a connection. He just said they work together on many projects. In the backup on the agenda cover memo, it talks about initially desiring to renew the contract with Anthony Brunson PA, although they were unable to execute the agreed services, resulting in the city missing submission deadlines. And I think I asked Ian, I'll still say it now, even though he's right in front of us, what were we doing to recoup losses that occurred? Because according to the document, we didn't meet the deadline because of executing the agreement with the services. So now we're being asked to engage a firm for, according to the document here, $250,800, or whatever the amount is. I'm not sure because I'm trying to just catch. The bottom line, I guess the concern is how this process took place. And when I looked in the backup of the information and looking even at the signed agreement, there's no signatures for the attorney, the clerk, or even the manager. So in the words of my colleague, and I guess we're going to have to coin that phrase, that gave me pause. So I'd like to get some clarity on those particular points that I raised. I'm not in denial that we need to get the audits done, that we under the deadline from the state, we're under the deadline from JLAC. I'm fully aware of all of that, but I still want to make sure as we're going through this process, how we got to where we are and going forward, that we have done everything we are supposed to do in due diligence, including engaging this firm. And it has nothing to do with their qualifications or what have you, but it's ironic that they were on the agenda for a presentation, and this item is on the agenda as well. So if I can get that clarified, we can move forward, because I know we all want to get the audits done. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
No problem. Mr. Manager?
Through the mayor, I'm going to request that the finance director, Mrs. Naima Walker, comes up and answer Commissioner Kelly's question regarding the process of the selection of the new firm.
Naima Walker, Director of Finance. Good evening, all. To answer your question or perhaps to reiterate from the briefing, the way in which we arrived at you all having before you an engagement letter and a proposal from this firm to conduct the internal accounting services for fiscal year 2022 audit. June 30th deadline was a deadline to present the audit for fiscal year 21. We did not meet that deadline. I wanted to do everything that I can to get this city where it should be, which is fiscally responsible, with proper reporting in hand as need be. So I reached out to our external auditing firm, Markham LLP, and I spoke with Mr. Brandon, who referred to me a company that I can contact, which I did. I had a great conversation with them. I looked into their credentials, and before you have a proposal from this firm. You can conduct the year 2022 report for the city of Opa-locka. That is how we arrived here. I'm not sure that answers your question.
Well, you answered that in the briefing. That wasn't my question really is, it seems to me it was already, they're on the agenda. The agenda comes out early. So apparently there have been some discussions. So I wanted to get that clarified. And also to the point I made earlier, as I referenced in the agenda package, we did not get all of the deliverables based on what you're saying from the Brunson firm. And it was much to do saying we paid them quite a bit of money and didn't get the deliverables. And I said to the manager then, and I'm still saying it now, were we going to recoup any of our money since they didn't deliver on the services as part of the agreement? But then when I started looking into some of the backup and the agenda memo cover and information, and even looking at the contract and not see it fully signed, I just wanted to be sure. So I got the part of how you arrived at them. I know you want to get the audit done. All of us want to see it get done. But I just want to make sure as we're going through this process that it is what I'm reading and I can clearly understand how we got to this point. Okay. Thank you for your response. Thank you.
Absolutely, you're welcome.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Oh, thank you. So what you mentioned, when you said that the Markham and Brunson and et cetera, but I see that Mr. Brunson is here. I would like for him to speak to reply to why we're here and what happened and even to answer Commissioner Kelly's question, if you don't mind.
May I ask her a question before she?
Oh,
1 second. So you want Mr. Bronson, so that's the will of the commission. I too want to hear from Mr. Bronson.
yeah, I want to hear.
So-
from Mr. Brunson.
No, she wants to hear from Mr. Brunson. I said, I too wants to hear from Mr. Brunson. So that's the will of the commission. So Mr. Brunson will let you speak. And then you said you had a question. Are you finished?
Yes, I'm done. I just want to hear from Mr. Brunson.
Okay, she wants a question for the HR.
Thank you. Maybe
Yes.
not to you, but the proposed company.
Yeah.
I wanted to know how confident are they that they can complete this audit in time?
Right. So yeah, we've already been in discussions with with the finance director, the finance department, as well as the auditors. And we have discussed timeline and time frame. And we had initially discussed, I guess, is end of August, beginning of September start date for completion in January. Speaking now, it would probably be more like completion in the late January, February timeframe, based on when we'll be able to get started with the work. But we are very confident that we will be able to deliver and get everything done to that point and get the information to the auditors and also get the annual comprehensive financial report completed, working with the city and with the auditors.
I'm having a moment, so yeah. My question to you is, I don't recall the date. The time frame that he just spoke about, what is that in alliance with what we are looking forward to?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, you're
Okay,
welcome.
well, now I have a question.
Yeah.
The state, when we met with JLAC, actually, we didn't meet with JLAC. They told us November 1st or else. We went to Tallahassee, they gave us an extension to the end of the year. So what you're saying is your portion will be done by February, then it has to go to Markham, which will take about 90 days. So how does that coincide with the?
No, I was actually speaking with regard to the entire process and the final issuance of the financial statements and the preparation of the financial statements and the issuance of the financial statements. So that's actually being ready to be submitted.
Okay, but let's not speak for Markham because Markham's not here. So when will your portion, I think that's what you're asking. So when will your portion be finished?
Well, our portion goes all the way through the process because we're going to be working with the city and with the auditors all the way until the final issuance of the financial statements.
But when will you deliver the internal audit to Markham? That's, I think, what we're asking.
Oh, understood. You're speaking related to submitting the trial balance to Markham, getting the trial balance so that they're able to get started. So based on those discussions, I think initially the initial date was November 1st.
November 1st.
November 1st, and now I guess that would go back a little bit now because obviously we haven't been able to get started.
All right, did that answer your question? All right, so I do want to hear from Mr. Bronson because a lot was said. If any other questions all right, Mr. Bronson.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vice Mayor and Commission and the residents here.
Mr. Bronson, I want to ask that you use the mic,
Okay.
please.
Just turn it off. It's so.
No, but we can't hear.
We can hear him.
No, but the audience,
Oh, okay.
the residents won't be
I'm
able to.
sorry.
With that, I also wish to acknowledge. They are acknowledged. But if I'm not mistaken, also partners here in Cavalier, football manager. Now, given that first scenario, what would your internal and external audit teams will be serving the city. So it begs the inquiry, who has the city's best interests at heart? You know, we can all share differences of opinion on many things, yet I remain steadfast and dare anyone to challenge, you know, my actions of acting in the best interest of the city of Opa-locka today or in the past. And that's done, you know, not compromising my integrity or while also remaining independent and objective. Yet, you know, opinions do matter. And I just want to speak of the opinions. I'm sure the city manager has shared with you the audit opinions of Markham. With that, if you guys don't have copies of it, Markham in essence qualified every single fund of the city except for one of the funds we actually were part of, the Harper Fund. Harper. So, you know, let's not get lost in the fact that the primary goal is the issuance of an audit report, right? No later than December 31 originally of this year, preferably with unmodified audit opinion units. So the primary question to be answered is clearly what's in the best interest for the city. Our firm, our team, has gained the accumulated knowledge to achieve substantially all of that goal. We also have received a signed contract, by the way. Clerk, if we can forward this to you. A signed contract on August 14th. All right. After receiving that signed contract, we held meetings with the finance staff, discussing all of our team members and the assignments. We held internal meetings with our group to address challenges, internal and external. In conclusion, we committed to a November 2023 date for Markham to begin the audit with all of their requirements and their needs. You know, yet I stand here a bit surprised by that. Well, again, what's in the best interest of the city? If we look at the pricing, Cavalier provided an appropriate industry rate structure. They did 1,000 hours at an average rate of $250 an hour. Ours, knowing the level of effort required, we believe it requires 3,000 hours, and our rate was half that at $125 an hour. Now, we significantly discounted our rates because of the city. You know, this assignment is more than an engagement with us. It impacts the future of the city. But, you know, it could give the delusion of an illustration of significant cost savings. Speaking of the timing, again, we originally presented November 2023, the delivery date to management to set all the needs of Markham. That being said, the audit report with unmodified opinion with an expected delivery date of no later than January 31st of 2024, which is 1 month post the date of December 31st. Again, the firm Cavalier in the proposal, if you look at it, they show a delivery date of January 2023, but that only says for the audit work papers, which translates into probably an audit delivery date much later in April, perhaps March. That's been modified today, and we just ask that you hold them to it. So again, we just ask what's in the best interest of the city. Now, I hear about this, we not making a June 30th date. Well, it seems all of the burdens of the process is now pointed toward us. There are three teams in the process. First, we work with your finance staff. If again, you look at that audit opinion, it says every single fund is qualifying, meaning the numbers can't be relied upon. So we've navigated through that process. And yes, give them a final audit report on July 7th, 1 week later, for which the actual reports were issued in July 31st. There's Markham involved in that process, ourselves involved in that process, as well as the city involved in that process. But for whatever reason, we'll be the target, the scapegoat, as to why the June 30th date was not fully satisfied. So with that, we'd just like to say thank you for the opportunity. And we only ask that you, this group, to the same standard that they're mentioning, if you so choose them, which is a November date. Again, they're saying they can do it in 1,000 hours. I think based on experience, and I'm looking at Saad Khan, a member of our team, certainly believe that to be unlikely, saying it's kind. So again, thank you.
I'm gonna take Commissioner Williams' words again, what gives me pause. Because I think even this conversation delays the what we're trying to do. I don't feel comfortable in the middle of this process switching firms. We are right there. We are one audit behind from being caught up. And in the middle, we want to switch. I don't understand the logic behind this. I don't understand why. And I will agree with what Commissioner Dominguez said. We're bringing in another firm who has to now learn the city all over again. Has to learn our what was told us before, from our management, our antiquated systems that they can't even have support for, that nobody had provided support for. So now what we're going to do is bring in a new firm to shepherd that process. And I'm still on what J-Lag said. I know they gave us an extension, but he said November 1st or else. So I don't understand. And I also brought this up to the manager before, and when he said that the reason why, somebody said that the reason why was because of the Brunson firm, the reason why we didn't do June 30th, and I'm going back to a meeting that took place, and I have the minutes in front of me where it says Commissioner Williams asked, what was preventing the city from getting June 30th deadline? The interim city manager stated that there are a number of obstacles that the city faced that he said were unexpected. The manager stated that some of the formats have to be utilized from one year to another. And he said that there are formats that were created by Tri-Merge Consulting that are city property, but for whatever reason, the city does not have them and has not been able to receive them. That was stated on the record. So we're here now saying that Mr. Brunson is the reason. But we were told that the reason was because of the previous firm that was here. So, and I've expressed this to our manager. I have not changed my language. I do not think this is the time to jump ship. I do not think this is the time. We are right there. We have been under financial oversight since 2016. I believe 2006 or 15. That is too long for any city. And if you look at what's going on, two cities has already been dissolved. And I don't want that to happen in Opa-locka. I'm sorry. This is not the time, in my opinion, to jump ship. That's
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Manager.
Wait, hold on. I mean, like this is the second time. I pulled this item and it doesn't come back to me at all like this. Okay. So before you respond, please. Mr. Brunson, and I'm just trying to fix this because this is the second item I pulled and it was not given to me from the beginning, but everybody else gets that privilege. Mr. Brunson, the reality of it is, since I've been on the dais, every time there's a 911 emergency for Opa-locka, we call you. Every time we need to fix it, we call you. This is my experience. I don't know about anybody else. I'm telling you, in my 3.5 years, that you have been that person for us. Now, I do know what all the other talk, I get it. I'm not a financial guru. I'm not a financial whiz, but I do know, I don't know y'all. I haven't vetted anything. I got a 3-second presentation. I got, I don't know. I don't know anything. I got nothing. I got like a thing here. I didn't have opportunity to have conversations. I know with Mr. Brunson, there's a history. I can go back to other cities. I've talked to other commissioners. I've talked to other cities. And I know this is to be a fact. When the mayor and I got on the dais and Brunson was there, we automatically were able to go and vet and have conversations with Mr. Brunson and know what's going on. I don't like when I don't know what's going on. I don't like when I feel something is happening behind the scenes and I don't know what it is. And then I can't pass something in good judgment when it's an emergency, is this, and I just feel like we're always being told different things. But again, we don't work for the city, so there's some things that are happening behind the scenes that we're not privy to. But I do know, I'll say it again, you've always been the city's fixer. No matter the cost, you've been there to step in and help us achieve our goal. And for that, I'm not going to pivot at the 9th hour. We're so close just because there's something going on that we don't know. I don't know what it is. I can't in good conscience do that. So that's just, and again, I to the other, my other colleagues, I am telling you this to be fact. Every time, even when it was Trimer, the other company, Mr. Brunson always stepped in to help us where it was needed. So something just doesn't sit well with me with all of this. That's my 2 cents.
Wait, give me one second.
thank you. So a lot has been said here tonight, and I want to address all of it. Because first and foremost, Brunson didn't come here of his own accord. It was my administration that brought Brunson here. I took Brunson to lunch multiple times to convince him to come back to the city of Opa-locka, a city that he said that he would never come back to. So anytime we make decisions based on this city, is in the best interest of the city. It's for the financial fiduciary duties of the city, because that is why you hire a city manager, particularly one with skill sets in law and finance. That's why you listen to a finance director that's run multiple cities and finance departments. This decision was not come to lightly at all. I've done everything possible in this seat to keep Mr. Brunson here with the city of Opa-locka, and I will provide details for that in this conversation. In addition, if we do decide to move forward with Brunson, this commission will have to determine, what do we do tonight with his contract? He has a contract that expires on September 30th for $500,000 for 2 fiscal years. And he's used up $490,000 of it on 1 year. Now, the additional company here said that they would do the additional year for $300,000. Even when I received that, I went to Mr. Brunson. I said, Mr. Brunson, can you match this $300,000 that the other company's offering to do this from? And he declined, stating that he would charge us an additional $450,000 to do a second year, to which then I still tried to keep him. I contacted the state and said, hey, we know we got this contract for 2 years for $500,000, but we want to keep this guy. Can we move forward with him? What are your thoughts? Will we get any pushback to contract him for additional $450,000? They said, well, if he comes down to 250,000 or maybe 3, we can have a conversation about why he went through $500,000 in 1 year. I said, well, it was all of our understanding that that was what was going to be the cost. However, that is not what the contract was written by Brunson, presented to the city, and then passed in resolution by the city attorney. His contract states $500,000 for 2 years. We've gotten 1 year and gone through $500,000. So there's first the legal issue that we're going to have to fix. Then there's the financial and budget issue that we have to fix. And then I, as I've shared with most of you individually, am abhorrent to discussing these kind of issues out in public, but sometimes it's necessary. And apparently this is also necessary. There are some administrative challenges that I've encountered, that I've had personal private conversations with Brunson. Walking down the hallway as the city manager and not seeing a member of his team present is one. And then being said that he told that the finance director that he was going to pause because he hadn't received his check on time. I said, Mr. Brunson, your contract is not with the finance director. Your contract is with the city manager. If you had not received your check on a timely basis before you exited this building, I expect and request that you communicate that to the city manager. I shouldn't have to walk down the hallway and see that your staff has vacated. Now, if there's ever was a reason for pause, I said, Tony, if there ever was a reason for pause, I said, it's definitely for non-payment. So, but I said, I would have to expedite that. I would have to determine where your payment is. And so to not have a conversation with the city manager before exiting this building, I said, that's unacceptable. Next, let's talk about the GASB 34 conversion, which for the record has been placed in the notice to the state as to why the delay was there. We were having constant conversations with Mr. Brunson's office regarding the GASB 34 conversion. It was stated that Mr. Sy did not have the skill set or the knowledge by Mr. Brunson to complete the GASB 34 conversion, and he was the only one available, and that Sy did not communicate to him that he did not know how to do it. Mr. Brunson does know how to do it and stated that he would get it done before a certain date of Friday that we were faced. He and I were in constant conversation until he went ghost. Then I contacted Markham and said, hey, I've been trying to reach Brunson. I've been unable to reach him. And Markham, the external firm, says, oh, you didn't know that Mr. Brunson was going on vacation. I said, Tony, that's unacceptable that you would take a vacation before ensuring that this got submitted. I said, Tony, that's unacceptable. You should have communicated. He said, well, I communicated to somebody. I just don't remember who it is. So those are two administrative. So on top of the financial issues, the budget issues, the legal issues, those are two administrative circumstances that, as you say, gave me pause. So this decision was not come to lightly. And in fact, as I stated to Mr. Brunson, as I've stated to members of the dais, it was even still the intention to bring both contracts for your consideration. It wasn't until the state said, well, you could go in this direction, but that's going to give us pause. And then Mr. Brunson actually said he was going to submit to me a letter of resignation, which I never received. So I was left no other course of action but to move forward with the company that's before you. And those are the facts. We are not biased to whatever direction that the administration, the commission decides to go in, but we want all of your decisions will be based on the historical facts as per we see it. And we will work with whichever firm that the commission selects. We will create budget amendments to find another $150,000 if they decide to move forward with Brunson. And that will be what we will do to serve this city. But the facts need to be stated about the budgetary concerns, the legal concerns regarding his contract, and even the contract he presented tonight. This is a draft contract with my signature, the city attorney's signature, and the city clerk's signature. I would question, when did this go before the commission? How did this come about? It's a draft contract with edits on it with signatures from all three charter officers. Thank you.
Primary response. I disagree 80% with the man this year, except for, and I do owe him a call, the issue of vacation. I did get a vacation. I did not move anything that I left today later in effort to complete the work, only to find out what Marcus did tell him, that they were going to be on vacation the entire period of time. And were that moment. In fact, their office was closed. So I went on my vacation. Yes, I did. But I don't want to get into the did and for that. I really can't clear my name and my reputation. I appreciate the support, Ms. Williams. And as I said before, you know, we have and will always have the best interest of the city of Opa-locka at heart. And we just asked that you hold them, the new firm, to the same standard that you have expected of us, and which we believe be fully satisfied. It's unfortunate when we talk about the contract, the manager know what the intent of the terms and conditions of that contract were, and has stated it to me many times. It was to be 500,000 annually for 21 and 500,000 for 22. So I'm thinking I'm doing a discount of 10% of the work, because again, that's the kind of level of effort that's going to be required to get the work done. So again, we're here more concerned with the branding and the name of my firm. There's a lot of narrative on what we did or didn't do, and the reason being of why the city didn't satisfy a deadline. Yet, as a firm will soon find out, we all know the condition, unfortunately, the condition of the finance records that exist. They're all antiquated. They don't tie. They can't find support for information that's there. So our costs embellishes capturing all of that, finding the supporting documents to get to this unmodified opinion that we're speaking of. It's not just compiling some information. And if the future opinion falls like the last one, I think that will tell the story. It will answer the question. So in time, the question shall be answered. We, at our pace, was ensured of getting everything done through the outside firm by January. So you guys have a good firm, not going to take away from the firm, competitors. And so you can give them their opportunity to do so. I'm here to again address being available for the city now and in the future, as I've been in the past, and all of the fingers pointing to us as the reason why things are being done or not being done. But for this to be achieved, you really need the assistance of all parties. your staff, support team of the internal auditors, as well as the external auditors. So with that.
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead.
before,
Go ahead.
before Mr. Brunson leaves, I have a quick question. You talked about historical. I was gonna ask Ms. Walker, but I'm not sure if you can answer this question, and maybe you can. Mr. Brunson, quick question, because like I said, you were here from the time I started. Were you hired by the city even when we had the other finance company, the firm that we used before with Tri-Merge? Were you ever hired during that particular time to do any work for the city? Okay,
The years.
exactly.
And we did all the
Yes.
support at no cost
Mhm.
to help the city get to where they were needing to be.
And then was Markham also, were they also used at the same time when Tri-Merge was here as well?
I believe subsequently. At the same time, no.
They
came
came
later.
after. Okay, so when you were basically, you were brought in by the company to do some external auditing that they couldn't well, I'm not gonna say that. I don't want to say, but that they needed
supportive.
support. Okay.
We were supportive.
And from my understanding, which I know for a fact, I'm not going to use the word millions, but millions of dollars. This has nothing to do with you. Millions of dollars was paid to the firm that we used, and they still had to bring in and bring externals and X, Y, and Z. And for us to sit here and talk about $250,000, which quite frankly, they gonna come back. This item is gonna come back. It is gonna, Mark, put it on record. This item is gonna come back and they're gonna ask for more money. It's gonna happen. I see it all the time. They go low, and it's not, no offense, go low, and then we're gonna see this item come back for more money. It's gonna happen. But because you got to make it like smell fresh in the beginning, and then it's like, oh, we need more money. But I'm just saying, like, I'm just wondering, like, we paid all this like astronomical money, and the city, everybody was cool with that. And then now, like, we tripping over $500,000. Like, I'm confused. That's not, that's a rhetorical. That's rhetorical. No. You can't, Ms. Walker, let her talk.
You're correct. That is rhetorical.
It's rhetorical.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Brunson, the gentleman with you, what's your name? Saeed? Okay, now I'm confused. I sat in a meeting with management as well as the chief of police and support from the clerk's office. And I was told that, do you work for this firm?
No, he works with us. He works. Contract.
You were contracted, because so what the manager told me was that you were the one that he was bringing, your firm, apparently your firm, that he was bringing to take over Brunson's spot, because your firm shepherds the process anyway, and Mr. Brunson just oversees. In that room was myself, the chief of police, Shemeka, and Chris Wills, and that was what stated. And he also told me that you did not agree to the oh God, what was the terms of the agreement. That was in an in-person meeting. Then we got on a phone call, because I asked about what's going on with the finances. And you agreed after the manager, y'all went back and forth to 450, you would take off $50,000 to move forward with, never. Mr. Manager, that's exactly what happened. And that is
He's shaking his head no too.
No, one second. he on the phone call.
Who are you referring to?
What part?
Are you
I'm
talking
referring
about
to-
Brunson or are you
I'm
talking about
referring to the
Saad?
meeting that me and you had. This was apart from Mr. Brunson. Me, you, the deputy city manager and the chief of police and Chris Wills was in a meeting and you told me you were
I'm not
switching firms to Mr.
Okay.
Saeed's firm.
Then I'll
I was trying to,
respond.
but you had cut me off.
No, my apologies. I did not.
Kind of cut me off. That you were switching firms from Mr. Brunson's firm to, I reiterate, to Mr. Saeed's firm, because Mr. Saeed's firm provides the support and the team, and Mr. Brunson just oversees. And you said that he was contracted by Mr. Brunson to work in the city, and Mr. Brunson has no staff in the building. You did tell me that. And then that was that conversation. And I told you then, I also brought up this information about why the audit was late. I remember bringing that up as well. So then we got on, and you also told me that Mr. Brunson did not agree to the terms of which, and you also said what Commissioner Kelly said in the meeting, that we need to, okay. So then we got on the phone call and you asked Mr. Brunson said he would do it for less than $50,000 discount. So $450,000. Okay. And then he also said that one of the issues was that he has not been paid. And he said that he has reached out to the finance director and I'm going to use this term, ghosted him. Then, but everything that was stated on the call that I sat in, he agreed to. So I don't understand how we're here. And you said that
So let me state again. Mr. Brunson drafted his contract, not the city. We just signed it. We pushed it forward to the commission and it was reviewed by the city attorney and we signed it. His contract states $500,000 for 2 years. So we have gone through $500,000 for 1 year. So I said to Tony, will you match this other group that's coming that they're willing to do it for $300,000 so we can get rid of them?
So that was a separate conversation.
Of course.
Got it.
So we can move forward with the Brunson teams. He said, I am not willing to do this for $300,000. I called back up the state. I said, if I push this before my commission and they approve it, are we going to get any pushback from the state? And they said, absolutely. Then Mr. Brunson told me, and I said, I even said to Brunson, he said, I am going to send you a letter of resignation. I said, Brunson, I would be hesitant to push. I said, I would be hesitant to receive that, to accept that, because we might be able to find another way forward. So the last communication that I received from Mr. Brunson was that he was going to be resigning from the city of Opa-locka. That's why we're here.
Mr. Mayor, can I just correct the record on something?
Here we go.
1 second.
Okay.
I stand on what I said initially. I don't like the way this looked. I don't like the way it looks. And I don't think that this is the time to pivot. So yeah, I can't support this. I'm sorry. I absolutely cannot support this.
Mr. Mayor, if I
You
can
can
just
support- you can
correct the
put on your
record,
record.
because the manager keeps saying that the attorney approved something, Mr. So what happened was there was a part of a document which was entitled Exhibit A, Scope of Work. And this is what I got from the city clerk's office as to what should have been on the agenda and signed and executed and everything else. I don't know if the contract was even ever executed because it's not even executed from the city clerk's office. But what the contract, and I prepared the agreement, the scope of services after checking with the manager's office, this is what they wanted the scope of services to be. And so this was a part of what they negotiated, I'm assuming. So we got the scope of services, but the agreement part of it is a part of our standard agreement. And it is for 1 year. It says specifically, it says the contractor shall commence work beginning October 5th, 2022, which was the effective date. And the ending date is September 30th of 2023. It does allow for some renewal periods. And so if you all at the end of this month decided you wanted to renew, that is something that the commission can do. It can renew for 2 additional years. But the contract itself is for $500,000 for 1 year. That's what the agreement was for. Now, what the manager may be talking about is there is a page which is on the attachment but I believe it's like a typo. This is part of, I didn't type this. This was a part of what we were given for the exhibit. And so a part of that is confusing because it says that the contract, it says the fiscal year, it should be the fiscal year ending September 2021, 22 fiscal year. That's what it really should be, I guess. But the bottom line is the contract itself, this is on the scope of work, but it already says in the agreement, in the main agreement, what the term is. And it's for a year. So that is in the contract. And that's what we drafted, right? So I just want to put that on the record because the manager keeps saying, something it was done by Mr. Brunson and signed by me or something, but actually we prepared the agreement. The scope of services was given to us based on an agreement that they had, and we attached it as an exhibit A. So that's what happened. And the city clerk has the document.
Okay, so is there any other questions or concerns from the commission on this item?
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Kelly?
just one question. If we do not vote to support this item, I'm trying to understand the clarity of what would occur because we still need the audit done. So if the agreement called for the potential of a renewal, but according to the manager, the state would not approve it. That's where I'm at now because it's going to go to the state, whatever it is. So if I'm hearing correctly, he said he's already talked to the state and they would have some challenges with paying Brunson, whatever the amount is. Because I'm leaning towards not supporting the item and continuing, but I also don't want to leave us in a position where we have no one doing the work. So I guess the question for me is, number one, would Mr. Brunson be willing to do it? And number two, if the agreement, as the attorney is stating, calls for renewal that the commission can do, that's one part. But the third part that I'm asking to be clear on, the manager said he's already discussed with the state and they would have, I don't want to put no words in your mouth. What was the words you used, Mr. Manager? Mr. Mayor, to the manager?
To the mayor, to Commissioner Kelly, pause.
Commissioner Williams, you ought to get some money for that word. Well, it will give them pause. Well, all of us got pause right now. So I guess everybody got pause. I'm of the opinion, again, I don't have any problem with the firm. I did not kind of like the way it came about or was put together, and I expressed that in my briefing. But if Mr. Brunson has done the work, the prior work that he's done, got us a good opinion. I guess the question would be, is the commission willing to pay or to renew, I guess, the agreement? And would Mr. Brunson be willing to a renewal? I guess that's really the question. If the commission wants to send it up and the state has pause, that probably is going to trigger a little more time or at least a couple of days. That's really the question. So
I'm sorry.
the first part, I guess, is Madam Attorney, if that's correct. I'm hearing you saying about the renewal part.
Yes, you all can do a renewal. You said, I think you're doing a special meeting next week, and Candace just reminded me. So if you wanted it to be a renewal on that agenda, that could be on the agenda. But I mean, you're sitting here as the commission right now. I mean, technically you could take a vote. I could bring back a resolution to solidify it, but you could take a vote tonight on the renewal. It's the same contract unless maybe you agree to something else. I don't know, but
well, I don't have a problem being a special meeting to do it. I'm just saying the contract allows for the renewal.
Yes, it does.
And the second part, I guess, to the mayor and my colleague, if Mr. Brunson would be even willing to do it, and then we send it up to the state and I guess see how much pause they have. I'm assuming there's money in the budget, or it could be found in the budget because we got plenty of money in this city these days, from what I hear. So to me, Mr. Mayor, my position would be to put it for a special meeting for renewal. If Mr. Brunson is willing, I'll listen to the rest of my colleagues, but that's where I'm leaning. I don't really want to change in the middle either, considering he already knows what's going on. So after we discuss That's gonna be my,
Mr. Mayor, you
suggestion.
asked, yes, that's what I'm saying. The second
I would
question.
not be willing to go forward. So make it easy on everyone. Collectively, we have to work in an environment. It's tough enough. But working in an environment that works against you, misrepresents facts, says things that are not true. I'm here to clear a name. That's my primary concern.
Okay.
So I appreciate all the support. We understand how significant this could be for our team. But no, I am not. Whatever level they have.
Okay, thank you for your position, and your points are well taken. They're understood. So we're back now to a resolution that's being proffered.
Yes, sir.
And I guess I'm gonna piggyback on Commissioner Williams. What's on the mount is what's on the mount. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. But the resolution, Mr. Manager, since we're stuck on this one, states that the timeline, is it in the resolution? I don't know if I'm saying it. Mr. Manager?
Yeah, there's some, do you see a time? Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor? Yeah, there's some schedule, I think, inside of the package regarding as we call them, deliverables or whatever that term you like to use.
Yes, we would have to adjust those because they had anticipated an earlier start date.
Is that on page 404?
Mr. Mayor. Or there's something else.
Go ahead, I'm sorry. That's it.
To my colleagues. This is hard. This is a hard pill to swallow because again, historically, I know what this firm has done for the city and other cities. So this really is a hard pill to swallow. And I'm praying that with cooler tempers, maybe we can come to a resolve. Because quite frankly, Mr. Brunson, we do need you. But let me just say this. Let me say two things. One, the state had no problem paying tri-merge all that money. Let me just say that. There was never an issue. They never had a problem. Anybody, please show our residents how much we paid this particular company over the years, and there was never an issue. They paid it. As a matter of fact, they gave kudos to the company that decided to up and leave us. That's one. Number two, Mr. Mayor, it is my understanding when you did your visit to Tallahassee, and maybe you can speak on it, that there was a particular, I'm not sure it was a representative or congressman that was a Republican that has assured that they would proffer an item that would give the city a significant amount of money. Now, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to say it or not say it, because I know you went to Tallahassee on your visit. If we get out of financial oversight, I don't even know, I don't know what else is. A significant millions will come to our city if we get out of financial oversight. And right now, we just shot ourselves in the foot. I'm done.
Okay, I'm Mr. Manager, looking at the timeline. you have September 23rd to December 23rd. Mr. And I'm still on it, and I even say it out loud, Mr. Brunson, can we ask you again to take on this task? And what would it take for you to take on this task? That's from me.
Mr. Mayor,
That's from me.
Mr. Mayor, I think he sees the passion. I think as we all like to say, and I'll put it out there because it doesn't matter how people want to view it. He knows right now, more than likely, he got the votes if he stays. He's made it clear he doesn't want to stay because of the environment and what he believes the challenge would be trying to get the work done. It's not about even the money. It's not about us approving. He does not want to work in the environment that he believes he would have to be in. He said it. They don't need to sugarcoat it. That's what he basically said. And I appreciate the energy and I believe too, we would have continuity if he stayed, but he's made it clear he does not want to stay. It's not even a money issue. And I agree with Commissioner William. The state paid a whole lot to previous firms and companies or whatever to do the work. So to me, I was willing to send it up 500,000 again, but he's made it clear he does not want to do it because of the challenges. I'll just use that word. And he's already stated up there on the record, he's not interested, and that's why. So to keep asking him, maybe he might change his mind, but he's made it clear it's not a money issue. He can count. He probably has 3 votes at least to stay in a special meeting, but he didn't want to do it. So that itself says something as well, that can't be taken for granted. But where we are now is somebody's got to finish this work. So we have the firm in front of us that is here and it's under emergency. Apparently the state is okay with what they will be paid. I'm just going to hold to the amount that they have said that they can do the work without having to come back for any more money. But the question I have, Mr. Mayor, and I think you raised it, I believe was the time frame.
Yeah, the timeline.
Because it has to be, we're looking at December 31st is having to have
their portion done.
It done, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm looking at the Appendix A, the timing says September 23 to December 23. Now, maybe I was misunderstood to understand that would include not only their time, but also Markham. Maybe I misunderstood the timing, but when I'm looking at the document, it says the audit preparation services will be the timing of such, which means they'll finish theirs, give it to Markham, who they have a good working relationship with, that's been stated, but it still would not meet a December 31st deadline. Is that a fair state? Well, to the manager, to Ms. Walker, so she's the
I have the answer, Commissioner Kelly. So through the mayor to Commissioner Kelly, yes, that's the time frame.
For just the firm?
Yes.
Okay.
So the firms enter together, and generally, once a trial balance has been turned over by the internal team to the externals team, they still have some wrap up work. So it's not like handing off of a baton. They're still kind of running together. So Markham would start between November 1st, November 15th timeframe, once that trial balance baton is handed off, and they would have to still be responsive as Markham. It's like a tennis match as Markham hits back numbers for them to review and send back.
No, I understand the process. I appreciate your statement, but I'm looking at the Appendix A, which says the timing for what this firm would do is from September to December itself, not November 15th or whatever. Because if they did, I understand the back and forth.
Yes.
The Markham has to do certain things that are required, but I'm just looking at the timeline that they're listing just to complete their portion before Markham would get a chance to bounce it back and forth, use your term. So to the mayor concern or statement, we would still be looking at a January at the earliest, even if Markham bounced everything perfectly, which in a perfect world, but if that's correct, that's still not going to meet the December 31st deadline, Mr. Mayor, and you know it better than me because you went to Tallahassee. So am I correct? And based on what the manager's saying, it's a December 23 finish. Give it to Markham, do what they got to do. So in a perfect world, perfect setting, we'd be looking at end of January, and that's probably not really realistic, but in a best case scenario. So that's where we are. But the bottom line is we got to get the work done. Somebody has to do the work. So yeah, somebody got to do the work. So the item is before us. As much as it's challenging, we got to get started, got to get done. They've given us a price, hold it to them, and I guess you go from there. I don't see any other way around it at this point because it's basically on emergency anyway. Mr. Brunson is not coming, so.
It's late. Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna try one more time. Even if you report to the commission, Mr. Brunson, even if you report to the commission, that's that. I just threw a monkey wrench in it. That's different. Now you're walking up. See, I'm good like that. Report to the commission.
As mentioned earlier,
Oh, boy.
be successful. It takes a collective effort of all parties. That's your staff, our work, and our. I think it's not it again. It's not okay. You know, I don't want to go into an environment where there's been a lot of effort. Identify another firm after, you know, we're moving forward with the process.
You've already started work?
That's the whole point of it. Back August 14th, but I thought I had a contract. And it's right, that is a draft, and what you see follows is just the clearing of the type. So, you know, everyone looks but no, we would not. And again, I appreciate really the support of the mission. I don't think either of us.
Can't hear you. I'm sorry. What is it with the mic? Okay, go ahead. It's not on.
Clearly, you've never been to our karaoke. Go ahead.
But all this, we started mid-August, and the agenda was paused. We came back and found out that we weren't supposed to meet it. We're back. So, I guess what I'm saying is we have a hostile administration who sustained me. And I don't believe that even if we come back now, now we can go back to daylight. Back to yeah, but if you guys want extension, I don't know if that's right now. I think anybody can do it. And moreover, if you look at their timeline, they have a January completion date for their work, which is reasonable. So if they deliver in January, the auditors need 90 days typically to do the audit. So that is why I'm saying it takes you into March at the very best.
Well,
and again,
well, I'll say what Commissioner Williams said. Thank you for the years that you put into the city. We're sad to see you go, but like Commissioner Kelly said, I guess we have to move forward. But I will say, Mr. Manager, my only concern is the timeline. And then after the January, after it's delivered in January, it goes to Markham. But the next audit will be due in March with the extension that most cities get in June. So we were celebrating that we were going to be on time by the end of the year. And then we're going to be up to date by the end of the year. And the first on-time audit will be submitted next year. So it doesn't look like that's going to happen based on what was presented tonight. And that means that the city will continue to be in financial oversight going forward. And I'm truly bothered by that. Truly, truly bothered by that. But like Commissioner Kelly said, and Commissioner Williams, we're here now, we got to move forward. So I do believe that we should, once we finish this, we need to have a meeting with JLAC to see, and the Auditor General to see what our next steps, because clearly we're not going to make timeline.
Mr. Mayor,
Sir,
I've never seen, in most of my previous time in the commission, the auditors always work for the commission, not the manager. So I really understood what Commissioner Williams was saying, because they usually report to the commission, not the manager. But since we have the structure we do, I would just like to say, if we go forward with this item and support the firm, that we get a monthly update from the manager on where they are in this process. From the manager's part of his report every month, where they are approximately in the scope of work and everything that's laid out here as a part of Appendix A, that takes place. So I don't know if that required, well, no, this is agreement, but I want to put that on the record that should take place. And if it requires legislation, I guess I'll bring it at the special meeting or the next meeting, so that we can stay abreast to know where we are with timeframes going forward, and that they're meeting the expected deadlines that are laid out in the Appendix A document. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
okay, so if there are no concerns or questions on this item, I guess we can call the question.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you. Me first.
I'm sorry, Commissioner. It literally is the order that it was. I'm sorry. I didn't do that on purpose.
So before you
Yes.
do that, I just want to make sure, and I don't know if the city attorney can help, that the language states they cannot come back for any additional money. Is that possible?
Well, that's what it says, but the
Okay.
reality is, once they're so far into your audit and they're doing the work, if they come back, you're going to want them to finish it. So that's what it says.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Then
Then increase it now.
can we just be realistic and just go back to where we always up to or whatever? Because I don't.
What do you want to do?
I'm picking that, Mr. Mayor.
He
I'm
getting
not
started.
understanding what you.
Don't worry about it. We call a vote. Go ahead. $300,000. No, it's okay. Go
Would
ahead,
you like me to begin the roll call again?
Commissioner Williams.
All right, Commissioner Williams. Ma'am, Commissioner Williams.
Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Bass.
Yes, I left the room. I don't see Mr. Bronson. I can only imagine what occurred. Yes,
Vice Mayor Irvin.
As you all know, I'm new at this stuff, but we don't have an option. Yes.
Commissioner Kelly.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Item 1317 passes 5-0.
All righty. As we get ready to go into our ordinances, Jesus Christ.
We have an add-on, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
I'm sorry. We have an add-on item.
A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, authorizing the interim city manager to appropriate funding from Vice Mayor Irvin's special events discretionary budget for a Disney on Ice event to be held on Sunday, September the 17th, 2023, in an amount not to exceed $7,000, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Move it.
Second.
Discussion?
What?
No, I'm, okay, I shouldn't have done that. I just want to put my name in where it said 50 guests, I want to put my name in there.
I was gonna do the same thing. All right, so.
No, I'm good.
So I think, Vice Mayor, you want to present? Because I think we're ready to call the question, but it should say 45 because at least 46, because 4 tickets to the commission.
It's actually about 65. So I just left the 50 as residents and yes.
So I can go too?
I was gonna, and I'm inviting you all, of course.
All right, so we good. We good.
We good.
We could call the question.
Okay.
Commissioner Bass,
My bedtime.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes, only because Vice Mayor said we can go.
Item 14-1 passes 5-0.
All right, as we go on to our first reading ordinances, 16A1, Madam Attorney.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, adopting the final millage rate pursuant to section 200.065 Florida statutes for fiscal year 2023-2024, commencing on October 1, 2023 to September 30th, 2024, setting forth public hearing dates, providing for adoption of representations, providing for repeal of all prior ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
Okay, so can we move this item?
Move it.
Move it.
Second.
Second, so moved by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager, you can present it, then I'll open a public hearing.
Thank you. This is part of the requisites in the presentation of our budget. And we have Mr. Anathan available if you have any questions.
All right, this is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Seeing none, hearing none, public hearing is closed. Okay, I do have a question, Mr. Manager, as it relates to the millage rate. So through the manager to Mr. Anathan. My concern with the millage rate is the fact that the property values have increased. So though it is the same from the previous year, 935, I believe, people will be essentially paying more for their property because the property values of properties have increased. So is this the millage rate or the rollback rate?
Hi, good evening, Bob Anathan, Budget Administrator. Before this discussion starts, I'd like to get on the screen, please. There's certain comments I have to make before the whole process starts.
And while you're doing that, Mr. Manager, can you please ask IT to turn the mic up? It's on now. You're good, Mr.
I
Anathan.
think I'm good.
But we just need to turn it up because we can't hear it all.
Okay. Next slide, please. There we go. This is required by the state statute. Under trim. First off, I have to announce that the taxing authority is in fact the city of Opa-locka, as you all knew. The rollback rate, Mayor, to relate to your comment, is 8.5476 mils as indicated on the board there. Was a handout given, Chris, please? Thank you. What we have proposed as the tentative millage rate is the 9.3500 mils, which I have to announce is a 9.39% increase over the rollback rate. If you're not familiar with the rollback rate is the rate more or less that applied to the current year tax base, which would provide the same revenue as the city achieved last year. And I'm also required to indicate how the additional the The additional property tax revenue that the city will receive over the rollback rate will be used, and as indicated right there, it's going to be used to fund increased public safety, which is primarily, obviously, the police department, further renewal of the vehicle fleet, upgrade the IT infrastructure, affordable housing, and other community and business support programs. So this was a requirement. This is why I had to say this first. Now, to answer your question, the 9.35 is not the rollback rate as indicated there. It is the proposed tentative millage rate.
So that means taxes will go up.
Yes, sir, they will.
And that's what I was.
For your those properties that are protected by homestead go up no more than 3%. For everybody else, it could go up more.
That's a lot, Mr. Anderson. That's a lot. And that's why I asked that question. But okay. All right. Any other questions for Mr. Anderson? Hearing none, seeing none, so we can call the questions, Mr. Clerk.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass.
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
No.
16A1 passes 4-1.
All right, so 16A2.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, approving and adopting the city's general proprietary and special funds budget for the fiscal year 2023-2024, commencing October 1, 2023 through September 30th, 2024, providing for the expenditure of funds established by the budget, authorizing the city manager to take certain actions, providing for appropriation of all budget expenditures, providing for fees consistent with the appropriation and amendment, providing for adoption of representation, providing for conflict and repealer, providing for severability, providing for an effective date.
Can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Williams.
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor. Mr. Manager, you can present and then we'll open up public comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is again part of the budget presentation, and we have our budget administration, Mr. Robert Anathan here, if you have any questions.
All right, so before you present, Mr. Anathan, public hearing is open. Hearing none, seeing none, public hearing is closed. Mr. Anathan, you can present.
Sir. Mayor, the presentation, I'll begin, please. The intent of this presentation was to just remind you, this was the budget we worked through in July. It has not changed up to this point. The intent was to go through it quickly. I now intend to go through it even more quickly. Just to set the stage, the first 2 pages of this portion of the presentation are all the various things that we intend to accomplish with this budget. I'm not going into any detail unless there are any questions. These are some of the highlights. I have not hit all the highlights, but these are some of the major ones. So if there's no question, if we can, well, we actually, I think we missed a page. If you can just go back and make sure we hit it. Thank you very much. No questions as to what the highlights are. We'll move on down the road.
Madam Vice Mayor,
Yes.
under your budget highlights that you have there, you have elimination of substandard housing. Can you tell me what that amount is and what that really the explanation of it? I know what you want eliminated, but what are we going to be doing in terms of from a budgetary standpoint with a line item?
No, sir, it's not a discrete line item. It's not a discrete line item. It's a continuation of what's been going on so far. We'll continue to do so.
Okay, what's the amount in that line item or in that amount?
There is no specific line item, sir.
So then what are you eliminating? When you're saying elimination of substandard housing.
Yes, sir.
So we're not putting any money to anything?
You've got staff that's working on a full.
It's on.
So it just
That's
goes
not
loud.
particularly. No, it's a continue. You have staff working on it today as need be. We have not identified a discrete amount of dollars going forward to do the things that are been done in the last couple of months.
So give me, Madam Vice Mayor, give me just one example because you say elimination of substandard housing. So you say you got staff working on it, but you don't have it identified in a line item.
Yes, sir. Right now you have a group of people who I'll call it what it is, Gloria Departments. They go over there on a regular basis and they're doing what they have to do to bring that under control. These are
Okay,
people who are on
so
the payroll.
this group of people that we use at Glorietta can be used at Cordoba and anywhere else? Because you're saying use Glorietta, but therefore
Yes,
wherever the
sir.
city decides to send them.
Yes, sir. I mean, for example, it's the code enforcement, it's public works, it's the police department. That's all part of the regular.
So when you're doing this elimination, how do you segue out the amounts that you're using just for that particular item?
As I said a moment ago, we do not segue it out. It's an end result. It's not a discrete budgeted item.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Now, we want to eliminate substandard housing, but when I see something like that stands out, it's almost like we got a budgeted amount or some kind of specific thing that's going on. Okay, and the other thing as part of your budget highlight, the assistance programs. And again, that's come up in both on the city side and CRA. So what are we doing to strengthen or tighten? Are we adding more money to that particular?
For the next year, for the next year's budget, you do have things still in there such as rental assistance. You still have mortgage assistance. You have various grants to businesses, things of that nature. Yes, sir.
Okay, and let me go to what mentioned earlier my colleague, the beautification legal dumping. So that's highlighted, segued into a special line item too, or is it just part of the whole beautification division?
It's part of the beautification division. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor, for that on the budget highlight. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Next slide, please. And unless there's no questions on this one, next one again, please. You all, as you know, the state has reviewed the budget. You all received copies of the reviews. This is a summary of it. This is still.
Hold on. You were too fast.
I'm sorry.
Too fast, Madam.
Yes.
You skip budget highlight.
I'm sorry, I thought.
Continue. No, continue.
Yes, sir. I understand. Please reset this
Yeah.
slide.
So what we have, Madam Vice Mayor, there.
IT, please reset the slide. Back one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Carroll Lane that's listed there. So the money we're budgeting and this upcoming budget will finally take care of Carroll Lane.
Yes, sir. That's the intention. There's $5.6 million.
And the Sesame Street Bridge, I know that's out. That had to go back out for bid.
That's correct.
But that's in there as well.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the renovation that's going to take place here, that's part of all that's going on, police and all that, or is that something different?
No, that's exactly what's occurred so far and will continue to occur.
Okay, and I see you have Ingram Park Development. What is that specifically?
That's just future development of the park, sir.
Just future development of the park?
Yeah.
Okay, you can, Mr. Manager, you can send that to us. I want to specifically know what that is. Thank you for that on that page. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Next slide, please. As I said a moment ago, state has reviewed the budget. As you know, you each received a copy of their statements. These are the 5 items that they identified. They are under discussion. They have not been resolved. I think most of them. Let me take you through very quickly. The first item is the commission allowance, which the intent was to raise it from $200 to $300 a month, subject to receipts for expenses incurred. We have to talk to the state because the definition of a reimbursement is not necessarily compensation, and that's got to be resolved. The next item on it, the state looked at commission travel, training, and memberships, decided there's not enough detail, and consequently, in aggregate, they recommended reduce from 34,000 to 8,000.
Mr. Mayor? I was kind of challenged by that because I know we got something to clerk via your office, via the state want to know about
Correct. Yes, sir.
travel. And I know I sent
Yes, you did.
some things in, and I also captured, it's very hard to say what you're going to do now, way before stuff gets started. And so to me, and I know this is first reading, so there's a chance to not change the bottom line, but to move stuff around.
Right.
I'm wondering, and I don't know if my colleagues did, but even when I did my analysis of what I think I'm going to go to, I know fully well that it's still other things going to come up. And I think I said that to it. So I'm really trying to understand how they went from that amount down to such a low amount. And I see it say pending better justification, but even just the ones I submitted, and I'm quite sure my colleagues may go to more than me because they move around more than me, but just ones I'm going to are going to cost. You don't know what the airline is going to cost now because a plane ticket, even renting a car, you know, depending on what you're getting. So I'm very concerned about it to my colleagues. I don't know how you all of or what you all sent in, but I would like a better clarification on what the state means by better justification. Because when I sent mine in, I was very clear. I even pointed out some of the actual events.
Yes, sir. I understand. They said they didn't have enough detail. The work that's going on, data information you provided, what has been provided by other commission members is going to go back to the state. And I think we'll resolve things like that. Certainly for travel, certainly for memberships, training, maybe not quite so much, but that's only, I think, $1,500. But their issue was they wanted more detail. And we're giving, and based on your input and others, we're giving it to them.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So now that they have, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kelly.
Well, you go ahead.
Okay, now that they have the more detail, what is, so it's going back to the 34? What are we doing?
That discussion has not yet been held. We certainly would be advocating to take it back to the levels we originally submitted.
Okay. All right.
And they did likewise for the city manager's office in regard to travel. And again, we're compiling information on that. The city attorney budget, they moved dollars from the outside litigation to, I'm sorry, from the inside litigation to the outside litigation, kept the total the same. The new budget for the city attorney litigation would be $140,000. As she said, she's running at a lower level now, so we don't think that's a problem. If it does, we'll just have to create a budget amendment. And then the last item where they're looking for feedback in terms of written documentation is they'd like to see better controls in place having to do with the from the inception of a new case all the way through the paying of bills. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. This is just a reminder. I'm not going to, this is what I showed you a month and a half ago. It's a 70 point, again, the highlighted one at the bottom there, it's a $70.9 million expenditure budget that we're asking you to approve. The bottom line number says 95,086. But again, the difference is that 24 million is just money moving from one fund to the other. So it is a $70 million budget we're talking about tonight. I was going to take you through some of the variances, but I think given the time, unless there are any questions, I'll try and move very quickly. Next slide, please. Just a quick reminder, this is the way it all comes together. You've seen it a couple of times. Hopefully you remember what it's about. I've broken it in 4 categories. Your operating funds, that's what generates your revenues. That's where most of your action is. Capital improvement funds is where you do all your capital works. It's funded by money coming out of the operating fund, as well as grants and loans. In the upper right-hand corner, you have the 2 internal service funds. They are paid for by the operating funds. They provide risk management, information technology. And then in the lower right-hand corner, you have a bunch of smaller funds. Again, that's the 70.9 million you can see at the bottom. And we're going to spend a little bit of time on the left-hand side of the presentation, operating funds and capital improvement. I'm not going to talk anymore tonight about the internal service funds or other funds unless there's some questions at this point, again, given the hour. So, assuming there's no questions, next slide, please. This is a general fund. A couple of things. I'll just, again, I would have gone through more detail given the hours. So certainly not going to do that. Key things is you can see your revenue. I'm going to go down very quickly on the right-hand column. You can see your revenue is up $3.5 million. That's primarily property tax and also fines and forfeitures. Coming down the side, very importantly, you can see an increase of your compensation of $3.347 million, a lot of money. The reason for that is that when you look at FY23, we had a 23% vacancy rate. And what you're looking at for FY24 is a 100% occupancy rate. So that's the primary reason you see growth like that. I'll take you down to the bottom of the FY24 column. You see a negative $10 million. That is the amount of money that you're going to take out of fund balance. Let me take you a little bit further down. On the left-hand side, you can see the opening balance for fund balance is $17 million, whereas our requirement is around $4 million. So we obviously have a very great available fund balance. We're going to use 10 million of that to fund the FY24 activity. Most of it is related to capital activity. So again, this is what you saw before. I'm just refreshing your memory. Next slide, please. This is your water sewer fund, and take you down to the bottom left-hand corner. As was discussed before, you can see whereas the general fund had a $17 million positive fund balance, this one going into this year is negative 1.87. This is the fund we've been talking about all along, which is a problem. This is the reason why we asked for the rate study, because this fund has to be fixed. Next slide, please. This is your stormwater. Unlike the water sewer fund, you can see lower left, you have a healthy fund balance. There's a lot of money being generated out of this fund to go into capital work. We're using it. The opening balance in FY23 is 2.1 million or 2,077,000 actually. We're going to use enough fund balance to bring it down to 385,000 recommended at the end of FY24. That's above the target minimum requirement by about $150,000. Next slide, please. This is your CIP. We can look at it in more detail, but in total, what you see is we're talking about a $21.179 million CIP budget. And we can look at the detail if that's of interest. Otherwise, next slide, please. Discussion, adoption of the budget, and then identification of a time and place for the second hearing.
Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Kelly. Thank you. Just for the brevity of time, I did ask to meet with budget department. I wasn't able to get a schedule because I was really busy. So I'll meet with them next week, because my concerns don't really change the bottom line. They were more or less some of the numbers that are laid out and where they are. So they wouldn't change the bottom line, but I still want to have that meeting. So I have the clerk to schedule it, Ms. Lawson, through the manager's office. Ms. Lawson, thank you. The other question I had was the employees that we had passed a few months ago for the 2%, et cetera, that hadn't been captured, hadn't got a raise, and when that's in this budget, correct?
Yes, sir. That was executed effective May 10th.
Okay, so they've been getting that since?
It was not done at May 10th. It was done subsequently retroactive to May 10th. And yes, they now are 3% higher than they were prior to May 10th.
And that's captured in this budget?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
yeah, obviously is.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
The other thing is, and I raised this question in the briefing, the commission line item in terms of where for our own funds, our line item for special events, et cetera, where's it captured? Because I brought up the staff, it's 25,000 I saw, but it's in parks, under Parks Division.
Yes, sir.
So my question was, where was the other 25? Because we were allocated, supposed to be 10. And so I didn't know where it was labeled or where it was put at, because in our commission budget, it's not there. So where's the rest of it? It's not you. I think it's just.
No,
the system.
Every time I twitch, I think.
It's time.
so.
Don't worry, you
Uh,
karaoke will get you
no.
straight. Don't worry, you just.
Now, to answer your question, Commissioner, current year was $50,000 in the commission budget. When I say this year, I'm talking about FY23. So much of the things that were done in the commission's discretionary budget became part of the Park Recreation Special Events budget that we felt was redundancies. So the 50, again, subject to your approval, has been reduced to 25. Again, because things that were done this year out of that budget haven't become part of special Parks and Rec special events budget. So we're doing the
are you-
same stuff. It's no longer in the.
Say again?
I said the same activities will occur, but they're no longer part of your discretionary budgets.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm following that. So you're saying the commission now is only gonna have 5,000?
Yes, sir. It's subject to the approval of the board.
So when did we decrease it?
The decreasing occurred because events that were done in your discretionary budget this year are now part of the regular scheduled special events in Parks and Recreation. So the same event is going to occur, but it'll no longer be a discretionary, commission discretionary event.
Okay, well, who decided that? Because I'm doing Fun Day.
Yes, sir.
And that's not listed in next year's budget as a part of whatever. And anyone else that may have something that's whatever
Yes,
they
sir.
want to sponsor. So
The
how
whole-
did that occur?
The whole, this is a proposal or recommendation subject to the approval. of
Okay,
the-
I appreciate it, but I brought it up to in the briefing, so
Yes, sir.
maybe they didn't explain to you, but your assistant or your associate was there. So I wanted to know where the other 5,000 for each of us were, because I understand some of it maybe being in parks, because we do some stuff with parks. And I was told that that's probably where that 25,000 in the line item, but I'm trying to figure out where the other, because there's some things that we may do as elected officials may not be quote unquote tied to parks, maybe tied to some other department or what have you. So I don't see it captured.
I'm going to repeat myself and I apologize. The 50 moved over into Parks and Rec, but was recognized once it got there that some of the things that had funded this year are now showing up in other lines. And again, this budget is subject, this is a recommended budget, subject to the approval of the commission.
Okay, well, I'm going to recommend wherever you put it, it needs to be very clear that, in my opinion, the commission has the 10,000 that's allocated, wherever you decide you want to put it at, but I have what I have, each one of us have it, because to put it all in the parks line item, the event may not be, or the initiative or outreach, whatever, may not be park related. For example, I'm going to have something maybe with the faith-based community. Parks may have nothing to do with that, but it's sitting in there as a part of that 25,000. So I'd like to suggest to my colleagues and to the manager's office that you all go look at where to restructure, redefine, whatever, because you said you've done it because you see that some of it overlaps.
Yes, sir.
In some cases it does, but in some cases it may not. I'll listen to my colleagues' thoughts if they have any, but for me, I'd like to see it changed out where I know that I have that. That's the only way I can figure out if I'm going to do something in the community, exactly what I have. Because if you got it all lumped into with the park, that can be challenging for me to figure out my cost, expenses. And you got to do everything in advance. You got to go get your quotes. You got to get it approved in that process, which takes even longer. So for me, I like to know what exactly amount I have as an individual elected official. So I'll hear my colleagues, but that's what I'd like to see segued out. Thank you.
Commissioner, if I could address it, you will still have within the 25 that's in the Parks and Recreation budget, you'll still have your 5, you'll still be discreet. If I'm hearing correctly, you want it raised to 10? And if you,
I don't want it raised. It should have been, who decreased it? That's really my question.
it was a recommendation put together by the administration based on the fact that we felt that some of the, again, you know where I'm going with this. Some of the things that were done this year as discretionary within a commissioner's budget are now within Parks and Recreation as part of the regular special events. So if if the commission wants $10,000 per commission, then we're going to have to find $25,000 somewhere else.
See, and that's my challenge, because it sounds like the commission is trying to be greedy.
No, sir.
No,
That's
I
not
know,
my
but when
intent.
people watching, it comes across like we're trying to find money for us. And I'm saying, if this was the thought process of management to go this route, it should have been some individual conversations before it actually got this far. I just noticed it when I saw looking at the package, trying to find where it was.
Yes, sir.
And notice possibly, according to staff, the 25 was in parks, and, get back with me on where the others at, because I thought it was in a line item. I just didn't know where it was. Let me listen to my colleague. We've been a long time. I listen to my colleagues, but that's just my thinking. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
We talked about this. We talked about this right here in this very room. About the 5,000, that we would decrease to 5,000, and that it was gonna be a parks budget. You don't remember that?
No, not the decree. We said we're gonna maybe put it in parks, if you're gonna put 25 and 5 in the parks budget, but not to decrease us totally. I didn't agree to that part, no.
It was part of a long, brutal workshop we had.
Yes.
Ran as late as we're running.
You
tonight.
was right there.
I don't know, but I remember decreasing to 5 totally, so.
Well,
Mr. Mayor.
no, I was just gonna say to
What happened?
can you, without touching the parks budget, can you find the 25 to increase the commission back to where they were before?
It'll have to come, it'll come out of some budget somewhere,
Okay.
if that's the consensus of the board.
Yeah, because the problem, like Commissioner Kelly says, a lot of our initiatives are not park related. So. So. Can we,
We'll have to find $25,000 from somewhere. Yes, sir.
you're awesome tastic. Thank you.
I can give some suggestions when I meet with you. But you're fine. I can find some suggestions, but.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Anthem,
Yes,
I heard you say all of this. The best thing that I read in this package right here is Sesame Street. Big Bird don't know. I miss Sesame Street Bridge. I miss it. Big Bird, Sesame Street, on my way to Sesame Street.
It's going out to bid.
It's late.
It's going-
Anything might come
It's
out
going out
of
to bid shortly. Mr. Mayor.
Excited about Sesame Street.
So, any other questions for Mr. Anakin on this? So we can go to call the question. Call a question. If no other questions from Mr. Anakin on this item?
Commissioner Kelly?
Commissioner Kelly?
I asked the question before I voted, because I want to be very clear that 25, because you're not going to change the bottom line. It's just going to be somewhere within.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was it.
Yes.
Commissioner Williams?
Yes.
Commissioner Bass?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Item 16A2 passes 5-0.
If I may, can I just point out, we need a time for the second hearing, time and place presumably is here. Second hearing will be on the 27th of September, but we need a time.
Second budget hearing.
What was that? I thought it was already posted. Was not posted.
No, sir. The only time is so far is what you got on your trip notice.
So
I thought we already posted for the millage, for the budget hearings.
Not for the second one. No, sir. We do that by way of advertisement Sunday before the hearing.
okay, I would suggest that it's not on a commission meeting night.
It doesn't have to be at all. But again, time, we need to identify a time and a place for the second hearing.
Okay, so then what we'll do is let the manager poll us. And
Okay,
then we'll go
perfect.
from
Thank you.
All right. Madam Attorney, 16A3.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, amending the annual adopted general proprietary and special revenue funds budgets for the fiscal year commencing October 1, 2022, and ending September 30th, 2023, adjusting revenues and expenditures as reflected in Exhibit A, providing for the expenditure of funds established by the budget, authorizing the city manager to take certain actions, providing for appropriation of all budgets and expenditures, providing for fees consistent with the appropriations and amendment, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for conflict and repealer, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Bass,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor. Mr. Manager, can you present? And then we'll open up the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item coming from our budget office. If there are any questions regarding specifics of the amendments, we have our budget administrator, Mr. Robert Anathan, available for you. Thank you.
Okay. This is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Hearing none, seeing none, public hearing is closed. All right, any questions from Mr. Anathan? All right. We can call the question, Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Item 16A3 passes 5-0.
All right, Madam Attorney, 16A4.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, amending the City of Opa-locka's comprehensive plan to add a property rights element as required by and in conformity with Section 163.31776I Florida Statutes 2021, providing for inclusion in the comprehensive plan, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for severability, providing for conflict and repealer, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor,
Second.
second by Commissioner Bass. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an item amending our comprehensive plans to add some proprietary rights. And we have our Community Development Director, Mr. Gay here, available to answer any questions that the commission may have.
All right, before Mr. Gay comes up, this is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. All right, Mr. Gay.
Now it's on. Mayor Commissioners Gregory Gay, we're presenting to you for first reading an amendment to our comprehensive master plan dealing with the property rights element. This is a new element that will be a part of your comprehensive master plan, as this was a requirement through state statute. The state legislature in 2021 approved for this particular type of element to be a part of any amendments that will take place as it relates to the comprehensive master plan. So we were leading with this particular as a change as to our comprehensive master plan, along with all of the follow-up changes that will take place over the coming months. We do have the consultants, Calvin Giordino, who is working with our comprehensive master plan update overall. If you have any questions regarding that, we will address them.
Mayor,
All right, any, Commissioner Kelly?
thank you. Exactly where we at on the comp plan itself? And then secondarily, I know this passed, but just in a couple of sentences, the main intent of adding this element from the state, which is what? I just went down the record. I know it is. I just, to people that may not know.
I have Mr. Alex David come and make that presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. Alex David with Calvin Giordano and Associates. This is a state mandated element that's been required, as Mr. Gay said. Basically, my take on it is putting it in the Florida statutes, what you already do. You are required by statute now to consider the rights of property owners. Every action you take, you consider the rights of property owners. So now it's just in the statutes, but it's basically confirming what you've always done when it comes to zoning and planning matters. I just wanted to add for the property rights element, we're bringing this to first reading. We're going and amending and proposing amendments to the rest of the comprehensive plan, but per statute and per the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, which is now called Florida Commerce, we need to adopt this element prior to bringing to you the proposed revisions to the comp plan. So that's why you're seeing this little piece first.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you for putting on the record, and I would hope as those future amendments to the comp plan are coming in place, Mr. Manager, there will be individual meetings and or workshops. Yeah, y'all like that term. If necessary, individual meetings, let me not say workshop, so that we are fully abreast of these elements, because there's a lot said about the comp plan. So I want to be sure on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
No
Mayor.
problem with that.
Okay, any other questions for planning and zoning? Okay, Mr. Clerk?
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
Thank you.
16A4 passes 5-0.
All right. Next item, Madam Attorney, 16A5.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, granting the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, a perpetual easement donation for parcel 800 within the city, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for severability, providing for conflict and repealer, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by the interim city manager.
All right, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Williams. Mr. Manager, can you present the item, please?
Thank you. This is a necessary item coming from our Public Works Department, and we have Mr. Austin, the Director of Public Works, available to answer any questions the commission may have.
All right, this is a public hearing item. Public hearing is open. Public hearing is closed. Do we have any questions for Mr. Austin at this time?
Mr. Mayor, just a quick question. Will we be notifying that this will take place, or the state will, FDOT be responsible for that? What's going to take place? Will we be notifying or they will?
This is for the installation of a pedestrian crosswalk across 27th Avenue. And it's going to be done by FDOT near Sesame Street.
No, I know what's being done. I'm saying in terms of just notifying people what's taking place, what's happening, what's going to happen, so they'll know.
FDOT will be hosting public meetings.
Okay, that's what I'm, thank you. Thanks, man.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Austin? All right, Mr. Clerk?
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
16A5 passes 5-0.
All right, next item, Madam Attorney, 16A6.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, amending Chapter 2, Article 2 of the City of Opa-locka's Code of Ordinances entitled City Commission, Section 2-27, entitled Expense Account for mayor and each commissioner to increase monthly expense reimbursement allowances from the city for the city commission, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for severability, providing for conflict and repealer, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for an effective date. This is sponsored by Commissioner Williams.
Okay, can I get a motion?
Move it.
Moved by Vice Mayor, second by Commissioner Bass. Commissioner Williams?
Thank you. My item would come last when it's past my bedtime and I'm completely shut down. But it's pretty self-explanatory. I know what we've had some roadblocks in terms of when I guess there's new systems, and all these systems continue to change in terms of reimbursement for things like travel or food or et cetera. However, we know that everything has gone up. Everything has gone up. So this is just an item so that we can curtail some of those costs that we spend out of pocket in terms of the expenses. So from $200 to $300. That's it.
Okay. Any questions to the sponsor? All right. The only thing I do have to add, Commissioner Williams. In the future, because I know this came up before individually, Madam Attorney, can we add what the reimbursements can and cannot be? At the second,
We would have to be provided with that information. I think the state has given you all some information that we don't have. So if we're provided with it, we can certainly add it to the resolution.
what is if the sponsors be so okay with that, just to add that language.
And who will be providing this
She can check with
information?
the process,
Wait, which language we talking about?
what it can and cannot be spent on. As far as reimbursement.
Well, but isn't there an ordinance, Madam Attorney, that
There isn't that I'm aware of. I think
There is.
there is?
okay, there is. So there's well, and what I'm referring to is the city clerk recently received some information and this came out in one of the staff meetings. And so I don't know what that information is from the state in terms of what you're allowed to be reimbursed. So I don't know what the state is doing now. And I think it may have had something to do with maybe mileage or gas or something. So that's what I'm saying. If somebody gives me the information, I'm happy to put it in. If there's an ordinance, I'll find it, but I just didn't remember anything that
This
specific.
is the ordinance.
Yes, this is the
So-
ordinance, but what she's asking, I guess, is for specific, what you're asking for is for,
Like specifically what we can and cannot spend for.
that's what I'm
Wow.
saying. I think the state has made some additional findings.
Well, I have a question,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor.
I support the children of Opa-locka a lot. I just came from Fort Pierce recently, Belgrade on Saturday, Tampa, October 23rd of the cheerleading competition, October 23rd. Will any of that travel fall under any of this for reimbursement? I'm just curious. I want to know.
Again, you all, these are conversations that your manager would know. I don't know.
Okay,
I don't know
I'm
what the
sorry.
state is saying. And
Yes,
so I'm happy to add in whatever I'm told, but these are fairly new. There are some new things that maybe Bob knows, or the clerk said it in one of the meetings that I attended earlier this week with one of you. So
Okay,
whatever
thank
they
you.
are, if you
No,
tell me.
Let me, what I was asking, I don't know what they are off the top of my head. What I was asking the sponsor to list exactly what we desire to be paid, reimbursed for. So if it's the mileage, if it's the gas, if it's for expenditures in the community. So whatever it is, to list it out in the second, when the second reading comes up.
Mr. Mayor.
Well,
Huh?
Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
So what I was saying to Madam Attorney, according to our code, section 2-27, the mayor and each city commissioner, in addition to the compensation pursuant to the charter, and in addition to per diem and traveling expenses paid pursuant to Florida statutes, may receive reimbursement monies expended during each monthly period, not to exceed the sum of $200 per month for monies paid for publications, subscriptions, dues, food and drink for dignitaries and public officials, cleaning. I'm assuming that's dry cleaning, gasoline, transportation, communications, and other similar and other related expenses incurred in the performance of the duties of mayor and commissioner, provided a voucher in the form prepared by city manager is executed by the mayor and commissioner, submitting said voucher, setting forth the nature of the expense. Receipts are attached if available. Now we're being like, we have to, but this is if available, or estimates of gasoline based on mileage. I only read that because the ordinance says one thing, but what keeps happening is the state keeps coming
Right.
back
That was my
and
point.
changing the
Right,
ordinance.
that was my
So
point.
I'm just saying, like, I didn't want to like put, like, I get what you're saying to be clear, but like, they're gonna keep, like, it just seems like this is the ordinance and now it's being like reversed
Right.
outside of our wheelhouse. which quite frankly is not fair. It's
That
not
was my
right.
point.
So like, I mean, I'm gonna voice that is this says, and now it's, well, this receipt isn't enough. Now I need mileage. Like, come on. But I'm just, I'm just alone, it's late, but so if that's, like, if that's gonna hold it, yeah, I have no problem to do it.
Please.
Once, Ms. Flores can tell me what it is, because I promise you, this thing keeps changing monthly, based off of subjectiveness and not objectiveness. Is subjective, like, well, these receipts aren't good enough, so provide a flyer with the receipts. Like, it's just absurd. I'm sorry, but if the what's your office clerk? I'm sorry, I get up at 5 a.m. y'all. The clerk's office can let me know. I would love to add that language so that we can be clear and make it stick. Would that be what I have to do, city attorney?
Commissioner Williams, if once you find out from the clerk, you can just give the language to me and I'll incorporate it in the ordinance for the
Will
second
do.
reading.
Okay.
Thank you. That's what I was exactly.
Yes.
But she went more in depth than I did. But okay, you can call the question, Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Kelly, Commissioner Williams,
Yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
16A6 passes 5-0.
All right, 16B1.
An ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Opa-locka, Florida, designating the section of the Service Road from Northwest 22nd Avenue to Northwest 18th Avenue as Deborah Sheffield Irby Road, providing for a repealer, severability, and an effective date. First reading and public hearing was held on July the 26th, and this is sponsored by Mayor Taylor.
Can I get a motion? Moved by Commissioner Williams, second by Commissioner Irvin. This item is just to
Call the question. We got it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Call the question.
Call the
Vice Mayor.
question. I need to know what time my overtime kicks in.
Never, you don't have overtime.
Commissioner
Not budgeted.
Williams,
Not budgeted.
Mr. Anthem, I need your help.
Not budgeted.
Go ahead, Mr.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Clerk.
Commissioner Williams,
Oh, yes.
Commissioner Bass,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Irvin,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelly,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
16B1 passes 5-0.
All right.
It's second reading.
As we go on into we don't have any resolutions, so our city managers report, Mr. Manager.
We have nothing to report at this time.
All right, any questions for the manager?
Oh, real quick, one question, I promise. Oh my God, don't flatten my tires, y'all. A while back, I passed an item for the manager's office to get back with me to see, I'm stumbling, how we can look into what do you call a recycling program in the city, and I haven't received any information. So are we still, when will I that come before?
Thank you. That should be on the first agenda item we want to do an RFP, so I want to have a one-on-one meeting with you. We can have our one-on-one on Monday. I can have that presentation ready for you. There were some internal disputes about which direction we would go, plus the expense that it would take. So I think if taking it out for an RFP, we might be able to get the best price that we can afford, rather than the Taj Mahals that some of us were fighting for, but we can do something that would be effective. And I think that you'll support. So I can have that ready for you at our 4 p.m. on Monday.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, any other questions, concerns for the manager? All right, as we go on to the official board reports, any board reports? All right,
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Kelly.
Thank you. I'll make it brief as I can. We did have Meet Me Monday this past Monday. As always, I want to thank the manager's office via the chief and Sergeant Harborough for coming. I want to say also the Meet Me Monday responses Mr. Manager, need to get them in more timely based on the resolution that was passed. We do have Feeding South Florida this Friday at Siegel Park, 10 a.m. to 1. And I'm inviting everyone out for our fun day at Ingram Park on this Saturday, 1 to 5 p.m. We're going to have music, of course. We're going to have bounce house, water slide, spades tournament, and food by Crabman 305 and the slushy truck. So inviting everyone to come out in the community for fun day at the park. We're also working on the clergy prayer fellowship. It's going to take place October 7th at one of our local churches here, right not too far from this building. And we had the clergy luncheon on a couple of weeks ago while we were on break. I want to thank those who supported that as well. The other items we can wait. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Let's say good morning. It's not too far from it. I'm gonna make it quick. Yesterday, I attended the best CRA meeting ever. So I was thankful for that. Bingo. I also went to bingo with the seniors at the Town Center 1 on yesterday. Had a ball with them. And of course, I was gonna say Sunday, I'll be taking about 65 residents to Disney on Ice. And I would love for each one of you all with your kids or however you come, I just need numbers though, to join us for that event. I'm working on that now. I had a little issue with the box office today.
It's not at church.
I'm trying to do it for 5 o'clock. Okay. And also bingo this month was a success as always. Thank you so much for Park and Rec for helping me from start to finish. And I want to say this and I'm done. If I was on vacation in August, I'm asking that you all do not put me on vacation next August because I worked harder in August than I worked every month here. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of, well, good morning. I'm done. Thank you.
No, I don't have anything to say. I look forward to the fun day. Well, no, I'm sorry. Let me go back. Jalen and I look forward to the fun day, and we look forward to Disney on Ice. We have a great weekend coming up, and he's been looking for like stuff every single weekend from you, Miss Vice Mayor. So and Commissioner Kelly. So I'm sure he'll be happy. Thank you.
Okay, and I have no report other than we having the quarterly business luncheon tomorrow. So my colleagues, you all invited out, starts at 11. And our Opa-locka event is coming up in October. So I want to say this, do we have anything else? Do we have any official board appointments?
No, we don't have any applications, Mr. Mayor, but I do want to point out that the commission in July asked the manager's office to appoint a board clerk for the local financial oversight board. And as of yet, the clerk's office has not received that appointment.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and that reminds me, I'm sorry. It came to be Monday. Commissioner Williams, I know you spearheaded the youth council. I understand you all have a quorum. Have you all set your first meeting yet?
Oh, no, this is the clerk's office.
No, but I mean, it's your initiative. So I'm just, we're waiting on the clerk to set the meeting.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
exactly.
So you set the meeting.
Okay, so 2 board clerks were requested from the commission in July. The manager provided us the board clerk for the young adult, the teen and young adult advisory board, which has already been appointed, has already been advised to schedule the very first meeting. The other board clerk for the local financial oversight board has yet to be appointed.
Okay, I only brought up because it came up and meet me Monday about when they were going to meet. So they got a board, so they'll be notified to meet. They'll be notified when their meeting is going to be.
Will it be soon, Chris?
So that is not a decision that the clerk's office makes. The
Of course, the board.
clerk's office, the clerk instructed me to make sure the board clerk coordinated with the 3 members who have been appointed to that board. And I understand that she's waiting on the manager to give her a date when that meeting can take place.
Okay, I asked that because I know I got to make an appointment. I just want to make sure, because it came up and meet me Monday. And I'll send those responses to the manager, those concerns anyway. But thank you, thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Manager will work with the clerk's office to ensure that that stuff gets up and running. I want to say this was a long meeting. We've been off in August, so we do apologize to our residents that are watching it, also the staff that are here in the audience. Thank you for your patience. This meeting is adjourned. Can I get a motion? I'm sorry. Moved by Commissioner Kelly,
Second.
second by Vice Mayor. This meeting is adjourned.